A dry humor paperback collection on my desk.
Hello, hello. Hello, my voidlings. How are we this fine Tuesday? Let's see, who have I got in attendance today?
I'll give you some attention in a bit.
Sigh, not now, baby. Oh, now Mama needs to focus. Damn. Holy shit. Woo! Where was I? But yeah, so hello, Laquan. Night of the Living Cookie, hi! Hello, YouTube squad. And I see Nikki has snuck into the chat. We have King and Frost and Iris, hello, hello, and Ivo making their first debut into Twitch.
Who put a dry humor paperback collection on my desk?
I have no idea. I don't know who did it. It wasn't me. I promise. I swear. I would never. Let's see. And then Key, I see you. And King. And Water. And Iris. Duck quack.
Who put
Y'all,
a dry humor paperback collection on my desk?
You already said that, darling. Here, everybody, let's take a moment. Boop. I got him! Look at him. He is so gorgeous. All my professor fantasies wrapped into one. We already had him under the desk. This is not helping. But blessed be us fanfiction writers for just the freshest of meats to feast. And I have one question, especially for my Twitch children, because I too was up ungodly late because I couldn't fall asleep. Children, Frost, did thou goest to sleep at all? Or did my voidlings just stay up? Hmm? You did? Frost, do I believe you? Because I do see King saying that you've been in the VC all day. Crystallized Chaos, hey! Yes, remember to log in, children, get your dailies. Iris, I plead the fifth. I'm not, you can't make me confess. I see King is already tattling on me. No, Nikki, you don't understand. I only had the screen door open from like 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. Yeah, that's what he's trying to tattle on me about. It was an accident. It was just a little accident. I mean, we legitimately, I had the children on the iPad, and I went through the entire condo with the children on the iPad while I checked to make sure there wasn't a murderer hiding in my closet or shower. It was great. It was totally normal. It was fine. This is what happens when you take a week off. I don't know what you want from me. It wasn't, no, it was not 12 fucking hours. It was 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. That's only like 7. That's only like 7 hours, not 12. It's fine. It's totally fine. Binks howled. Binks howled a lot. It's fine. It's totally cool. I'm a competent adult. I am super excited for the card, Laquan. And yes, I earned this. I earned this. I can't deny that I didn't earn that song. But no, I'm really excited to hear that the card is super sweet. So now that my children have tattled on me, I've tattled to daddy. Oh my god. Okay, kids. So last week we finished To Our Yesterday. I don't know why I keep saying yesteryear. To Our Yesterday. I cried, I sobbed, I threw up. It was, it was fine. It was normal. It was cool. So before we move on, kids, you don't understand. Daddy's gonna absolutely yell at me on text later. This isn't gonna end well for Mama. It was an accident. I got distracted. It wasn't my fault. It was only... Look, I'm on the top floor. You are not telling my actual biological father nor my mother what I did. You are not. This falls under bestie code. You cannot. There are rules in the bestie code. It's fine. It was fine. We made it. We made it. It was cool. The screen door was locked. I just want that on record. Like, the glass door was locked. They weren't both unlocked. I apparently remembered to lock the screen door, but forgot to close the front door behind it. Actually, no. Once it's locked and in, that thing is a bitch. You broke it when it was open and forgot to push back and do a thing. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No, I'd really like you to not break my door again. I already paid for that fix, so we're good. I'm good. Look, Mama is the final girl by accident, kids. You don't understand. This is my kind of blind luck. I do something incredibly stupid, but still survive, and no one understands how. I am the stupidest smart person you have ever met in your life. Like, I swear to God, I'm not dumb. No, I would never let you die, honey. I would sacrifice other people so you could live. Come on now. Hi, Binksy. Also, I was playing a violent video game, so I don't think anybody wanted to come inside my house last night. I did get a shirtless Sylus out of it. It was great. Oh, Chaos, I'm right there with you. Mama is out of shape, and Mama needs to get back into shape. So as you might be able to tell, this is going to be a bit more of a relaxed stream, I think. Hopefully, this is a bit more, or this is definitely going to be a bit more chatty. I'm looking to have fun. Oh, Daddy's really mad, everybody. Daddy's really mad. Okay, so focusing. Is that my... Oh, thank you, Kate. I was about to be like, is that the song you're going to play at my funeral? No, but good try, but no, Nikki is focused. I'm Yeah, I'm gonna get yelled at. I'm gonna get yelled at. I'm gonna get yelled at. Oh, thank you, Darkberry, for following me in the midst of all of this, where I'm about to get scolded by my best friend for being stupid. But we eldritch horrors must stick together. So thank you, my fellow. Okay, so it is gonna take more than brownies. It's gonna take more than brownies. It just means I'm gonna make brownies. It's just been a rough week. Oh, yay! Oh dear God, King. Hi, thank you. Thank you for funding my survival. The Darkberry, yeah, you came over from the YouTube channel. Awesome. Join us. Join the unhinged madness. Good. That means you're not exactly put off by Nikki trying to kill me. Okay. I'm focusing. So, World Underneath kids. So this is experimental. We're definitely, I don't think we're getting through all of them today, kids. There are how many now? There are 30 now, and as you can see, there are several I have not done yet. Yeah, from 24. Yeah, there's some I haven't done yet. So you're gonna actually see my raw reactions on those, because I'll save them specifically. Shadow! Hey, honey. It says I haven't done them yet. I'll save my first reactions for on stream. This is going to be experimental. We're going to find out how many of these I can actually get through in all this chaos. So we're going to read. We'll read. We'll react. We'll point out hopefully some interesting plot points and lore. I know that there are some of you who are interested in this game but don't have the space on your phones to download it or the ability to play it. So I want to be able to use Voidside Chat and this opportunity to give those of you in that boat the ability to see some of this other stuff. I know a lot of people like to post the memorias and the myths and the event storylines and things like this, but I don't really get to see, I haven't seen a lot of people dive into this. I can think of one or two. So I'm hoping this stream goes well. I'm hoping that everyone will enjoy it as much as I do. I have my water. I have my Sylus blanket. The tiny god is over on the couch loafing out and judging my life choices as per usual. So we're going to start with, as I said, we're going to start with Longingly Flame. And obviously this is going to be a Zayne story. So heads up all Jasmine, you're on deck first. Let's see if we can as a Zayne story, let's go ahead and get into this angst. I've got, where are my tissues? Okay, tissues are over there if I need them. So yeah, let me soothe you with my dulcet tones as we go forth into the world underneath. King, it's been great knowing you. I understand that you're probably going to pass out in T-minus 5 minutes. Mama forgives you, it's fine. Oh, no problem, Key. That's kind of also why I like to do this. Because I know sometimes, one, as I said, some people don't have access to it. Two, accessibility. You know, sometimes reading is harder for people than others, and I'm not talking illiteracy, I'm just talking dyslexia and brain processing and things of that nature. So I figured this might be helpful to some of you who are more auditory. Let's all play a game, kids. Let's see how long King can stay awake. Just keep spamming Mama on occasion, King, to let me know you're there. All right, so this has 5 chapters. We're in chapter 1, the one left. Someone knocks. Zayne opens the office door to find William's girlfriend, Sienna, standing outside. She manages a pale smile and holds up a box. This is for you, Zayne. And of course, right when I start to read, there's an ad. No! Yeah, this one's gonna hurt. No, since we're having an ad and I need to break, let me check on my YouTube folks really quick. No cookies. I'm gonna start from the very beginning and work our way forward. I like to start oldest to newest. It's just how I function. There he is. So we're going oldest to newest. I like starting at the very beginning. I mean, it's tempting to start with the newer ones that I haven't read yet, but I've already gone this long. And it's interesting. I also want to see if I notice any patterns as we move forward going through them, if I can see timeline inflections or things of that nature. So it's the English major in me. Just blame that. When in doubt, I'm doing weird narrative experiments because of my degree. Okay, and we're back. Good. Exactly, everybody. Get your tinfoil hats on. I want everybody ready and good to go. I'll just start back up at the beginning because I think the ad break knocked me out. So, chapter 1, the one left. Someone knocks. Zayne opens the office door to find William's girlfriend, Sienna, standing outside. She manages a pale smile and holds up a box. This is for you, Zayne. A martyr's badge sits inside it. It's very conspicuous on the velvet cushioning. It reminds Zayne of the spilled blood that night on Mount Eternal. Zayne is silent for a moment before he steps aside to let her in. I've been thinking, but I just can't accept it, Sienna says as she sits across from him. She cradles a cup of hot water in her hands. William was always so busy after he joined the Evol Special Rescue Unit. But he would always come home after he was done with work. Now, her hand clenches around the cup as her lips tremble uncontrollably. If I don't see this badge, I can tell myself that he's still at work and just hasn't come home yet. Wiping away her tears, Sienna puts down the cup, gently pushing the box towards Zayne. Keeping this with me will only serve as a constant reminder that my William will never return, and I can't take it anymore. Zayne's expression becomes more solemn. After a while, he nods, opens the drawer closest to him, and puts the box inside. Sienna bows and says, "Thank you." As she prepares to leave, she glances at the swaying tree branches outside. William told me that you and Dr. Noah would return to the university together every year during first-year admissions. He was always too busy to go. Zayne, if you see Dr. Noah this year, please tell him William said hi. Chapter 2, Review. On the first day of school, Dr. Noah is already waiting at the entrance to Skyhaven University. The soon-to-be retired professor stands up straight as a pine tree. "Good morning, Dr. Noah." At Zayne's greeting, Dr. Noah smiles. He turns and pats Zayne's shoulder. "Well, it's just the two of us this year. Will was too busy, and now you are too. I wonder who'll come with me next year." His expression changes as he sighs. That boy, Carter, Never mind. William sends his regards, Zayne says. I'll also accompany you every year from now on. That's nice to hear, but nothing is more important than the patients, Dr. Noah says. The two of them enter Skyhaven University and head to the auditorium. Many students are going the same way. Still wearing the innocent excitement of being newly admitted, their steps are lighter and faster than Dr. Noah's and Zayne's. Soon enough, they get ahead of the crowd and disappear. The two push open the main door of the auditorium to find several seniors setting up the venue. A banner reading, 47th First Year Medical Student Oath Ceremony, hangs above the stage. Seeing Dr. Noah and Zayne approaching, a smiling young man with a staff badge around his neck jumps down from the ladder, runs towards them and bows. Hello, Dr. Noah. I'm new. I heard from my seniors that you'll also be here for the oath. I'm here to reminisce, Dr. Noah replies, then turns to Zayne. This is your senior, Zayne. The young man looks surprised. You're the legendary 35th academic god that we all pray to before exams. And now I get to finally see you in person. Many of us look up to you as a role model, me included. Can I take a picture with you later? Zayne is taken aback by the request, but eventually nods. As they talk, soft but solemn music begins to play in the auditorium. A large number of first years enter the hall in an orderly manner, standing and waiting for the ceremony to begin. The young man bows to them again and goes back to the stage to adjust the microphone. Dr. Noah takes a step back, making way for a few students to pass. I'll have the utmost reverence for human life, maintain a sense of duty and dignity in practicing medicine, and adhere to good medical standards. The oath begins. The newly admitted medical students look on with determination. Their eyes sparkle under the morning light. Dr. Noah looks at Zayne, recalling how many years ago he watched this man participate in the ceremony. As a first-year student, Zayne was younger than everyone else. His presence alone made him stand out. When he raised his hand to take the oath, his composed and steady demeanor made Dr. Noah wonder how far this young man could go in the field of medicine. The oath ceremony ends. The students imbued with responsibility and honor of their taking their oath leave one by one. Dr. Noah leads Zayne to the cafeteria through the excited crowd. William and Carter were like this too. Dr. Noah can't help but get caught up in the moment. He shakes his head and changes the topic. Never mind. I heard the cafeteria has sweet and sour ribs today. Do you want to grab a bite? Zayne smiles. Near the end of the cafeteria is the towering research building. 3 students wipe their mouths, run past them, and mutter about their bacteria being dead. Startled sparrows fly over their heads from the treetops. Dr. Noah looks up at the building, lost in thought. Zayne, have you heard of the rumor? The ghost in the office? Zayne frowns a little exasperated. These kinds of unscientific rumors are everywhere in the School of Medicine. Indeed, Dr. Noah says. His gaze lingers on Zayne for a moment before he chuckles. I wonder who started it. So 2 chapters in, we're seeing a little bit more of the Dr. Noah and Zayne relationship, which I love. And I do enjoy the fact that Dr. Noah despises Carter as much as we do. See, Cookie, it's good that we started at the beginning. Apparently, they mentioned the ghost in the new card as well. Infold is really good about starting these little breadcrumbs for plot and story and foreshadowing. It's just the story is so good. It's why I was like, we are absolutely going into the world underneath. We are mining everything this game has to offer. We are getting our diamonds worth today, children. Oh, I adore it. I love how the story is woven together. And we have, we also get a bit of William in this at the beginning. And, the burden of grief. I don't know how I emotionally feel about Sienna burdening Zayne with her grief and making him responsible for it. Not in that she blames him for William's death kind of way, but in the I can't bear the weight of this, so I'm gonna make you bear the weight of this. I need you to take this medal because I cannot process my emotions, so you need to take this from me. You need to do this. When Zayne is already bearing the burden of his own grief for what happened at Mount Eternal. Like, I don't think Sienna is a bad person, but I find it very disrespectful in a way and very unempathetic. Because Zayne was there. Zayne saw everything firsthand. And she's like, I can't bear this. So take it. Add to your grief. Bear this weight because I don't want to bear it anymore. And I'm like, that's just rude. Like, if you can't handle it, then, go to the cemetery where William's buried and leave the medal with him. Why are you making Zayne hold your grief for you? Like, he doesn't have to do that. He shouldn't need to do that. And then there's something a little fucked up about, hey, tell Dr. Noah that William sends his regards. Like, I understand the spirit, I don't like the execution. Exactly, Water. Everyone mistakes Zayne's stoicism for an almost ungodly level of strength, and I'm not saying that Zayne isn't strong, but it's like the way the student greets him. Zayne isn't a person. He's this ideal. He's this image in people's heads, and they strip him of his mortality. They put him on a pedestal. He is no longer mortal. He is this other. He is something greater. He's an aspiration. He loses personhood. And then we have MC, who still sees the humanity and loves the humanity. Respects the strength by all means, but Zayne is Zayne. Zayne isn't the youngest award winner in history to her. Zayne is my boyfriend Zayne, who really likes sweets and sometimes doesn't brush as much as he needs to and gets cavities, and I really need to keep track of him, but ooh, macaroons. Like, that's Zayne to her. Zayne is the boy who gave her seals that were really misshapen and she thought were snowballs. Like, with his dry humor. She still sees the boy. She still sees the person. She sees the humanity. Where everyone else, and in some ways I think Dr. Noah is also guilty of this a little bit. Not all the time, but they see the persona. They see this projection. Yes, the compartmentalization. And he takes it. And this is the other thing. Zayne carries his own guilt about what happened on Mount Eternal. So in some ways, taking on these other people's burdens of grief, especially about William, is in some ways I read as a punishment to himself. It's self-flagellation in a way. It's a little masochistic. Zayne doesn't fight it, and Zayne takes it on because he feels he's supposed to do it as like a form of atonement. I think it gets very twisted up. I think it gets very twisted up inside Zayne. Yes, water, exactly. He feels he deserves the pain. And yes, everyone in the medical ward acts like this. Everybody treats Zayne like Yvonne pushes him a little bit. She'll push farther than most, and probably I think of everybody on the medical ward sees Zayne's humanity a little bit more than most, but she falls into the trap of reverence. But like Grayson, Yvonne, Dr. Noah, the staff in general, there's this unintended isolation around Zayne because of this reverence and respect. And it's damaging. It's emotionally isolating. You know, and then you have MC in her craziness and her impulsivity and her cheekiness, and she respects him, respects his medical authority, respects his power, but she doesn't let that stop her from pinching his cheeks, you know, and poking at the corner of his mouth to get him to smile, and playing with the stethoscope and flirting and just being real with him. And I think that's one of the things I love most about the relationship between MC and Zayne, is how she reaches out and gives Zayne the space to be Zayne. Not just privately Zayne, where he quietly goes and surfs by himself and goes on a run and does what he does and has his song that'll change the world, but genuinely Zayne with someone else, and brings out his sense of humor and brings out the more quote-unquote human aspects of him. I love that. I adore that relationship between the two of them so much. Okay, here we go. Chapter 3, Heart. It was probably in the year 2040 when the main cafeteria of the university had just been renovated. Dr. Noah got his soup and chose a place to sit. His phone vibrated twice. It was a message from the dean of the medical school. I read the report Zayne submitted. The theoretical model is quite good. A lot of students have tried to explore the uses of protocores before, but their ideas were limited by the methods. They couldn't fully understand it either. I can't say for sure that Zayne will make progress, but his report makes me feel this approach is worth trying. Then there was another message. Your student has great ideas and seems to be quite bold. Dr. Noah didn't hide his pride. Of course he's good. I chose him. He put his phone on the table, intending to finish reading a paper he had started the day before, but the noise from the neighboring table got his attention. A security guard was sitting with 3 serious cafeteria ladies, all holding spoons. Oh no, ad break! Why is it the second I start there's an ad break?
It's me. Hi, I'm the problem, it's me.
I talk too much. We're really chatting. My timing is impeccable. So. Oh my god. Oh wait, hold on. Cozy Cafe. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I got a notification that one of my extensions was doing something funny. So, just wanted to make sure that was working appropriately. Okay, so...
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store in the Citadel.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, there we go. All right, let us continue. Where was I? Ah, holding spoons. The guard, also solemn, waved his hand and began to talk. I'm telling you, there's something fishy going on in the research lab at the medical school. Really? I see the kids from the lab come to eat every day. They seem fine. The problem is in the research lab. The security guard knocked on the table. Oh, thank you, Water. Speaking with the air of mystery, I'm telling you, when I went on patrol on Monday, what happened? You know how a lot of people stay late in the research labs there? It's not a big deal. I just remind them to lock the doors when they leave. But on Monday, I saw everyone leave. When I was locking up, I heard... Heard what? I heard this swishing sound. It scared me half to death. I couldn't even figure out what it was. Are you sure you didn't just scare yourself? There must have been a student still in the lab. I thought so too, so I checked again, but there was no one. Really? Yes, really. I looked everywhere, and I couldn't see anyone. I was about to turn off the lights and leave when I thought I heard a voice. But you said there wasn't anyone. That's what I said. It's totally abnormal. You guys have no idea just how many skeletons are in the research lab. What if one of them came back to life? Oh, stop saying nonsense. The cafeteria lady stood up with a furrowed brows and returned to their stations. Losing his audience, the security guard prepared to leave. He turned around and saw Dr. Noah looking at him. Dr. Noah, I said what I said, but I don't think there's anything wrong with the medical school, he smiles. Dr. Noah waves his hand, signaling the guard not to worry. At the front of the cafeteria, Zayne had gotten his meal and was trying to find a place to sit down. Seeing him, Dr. Noah beckoned Zayne to sit next to him. Dr. Noah, we can proceed with the next experiment tomorrow, Zayne said. Those were the first words out of his mouth after taking a seat. Stick to your plan, Dr. Noah didn't ask for more details. He had been closely following this project. He knew Zayne never slacked off even for a second and had double-checked, triple-checked the data. He understood the importance of this project to Zayne and trusted that he had it under control. As he ate, Dr. Noah remembered something. Tuesday morning, did you miss the exam? Zayne's hand paused for a moment. A hint of embarrassment flickered in his eyes. I'm sorry. If you don't take it, you won't get a score. The med school won't give you special treatment just because you're you. I know. It's my fault for missing the exam. I don't deserve to have a score. Zayne, Dr. Noah said, looking at the faint dark circles under his student's eyes. I know you're taking this project very seriously, and you're committed to your studies, but don't wear yourself out. After a moment of silence, Zayne puts down his chopsticks and says softly, Dr. Noah, I'm not tired. I just want to move on to my clinical rotation as soon as possible. Dr. Noah nodded. He understood, yet couldn't help but sigh. This child was too mature for his age and carried too much on his shoulders. He wanted to say something to comfort Zayne, but in the end, he said nothing. Thursday night, Dr. Noah stepped out of the research lab. He greeted the patrolling security guard and was about to leave when he saw the lights were still on in his office. It then occurred to him that a few days ago he had given the keys to Zayne, allowing him to access the research reports he had completed several years ago at any time. Through the glass, he scanned the room for a moment before spotting Zayne. Zayne was sitting behind a human model, reading a paper. The security guard didn't see him, so he turned off the lights and locked the door. Zayne looked up in the darkness. It took him only a few seconds to accept his situation. Then he shook his head. Holding the book, he walked to the switch and turned the light back on. In the corridor, the security guard startled to see the light is on behind him. shivered as he turned around, mustered his courage, and headed back toward the office. Noah sighed and made a detour back to the office, taking Zayne, who was still reading, out of the office. Walking with Zayne to an entrance of the lab, Noah thought back to the first time he saw him at the oath ceremony. He had mentored many students. Among them were many who were as hardworking as Zayne. They all got into medical school because of their dreams. Looking at Zayne, he remembered a rumor he heard. I heard your parents are also doctors. You chose the medical field to follow in their footsteps, right? Zayne smiled. Yes, even the bedtime stories they told me during my childhood were about the hospital. Most of the things at home that I could use to kill time were medical textbooks. So I was influenced by them. Is there another reason? No. That was too quick a response. Besides, the way you're obsessing over this doesn't seem like there's only one reason. Zayne was quiet for a long time, the sound of his footsteps carried away by the wind. Just when Dr. Noah thought Zayne wouldn't answer him, he spoke up. It's also because of someone. Dr. Noah kind of expected that. He stopped walking and turned to look at a student, who rarely opened up about his feelings. He saw Zayne standing alone in the first snowfall of that winter. I don't want to be incapable of doing anything again when I become a threat to her. Oh, Zayne, carrying all the burden and the emotions. Oh no, Cookie, my first thought was, if there are skeletons in the lab, are there Lumerian skeletons? Like, we know that Raymond had a Lumerian skeleton in his house, and I'm deeply concerned that the hospital, well, the academy at least, has Lumerian skeletons. And I'm like, Rafi, baby, if you could not murder the staff, that would be great. Just, like, steal them back. It'll be fine. We don't have to kill anybody. But the grief and the guilt Zayne carries about the accident that happened when he was very, very small with MC is just, it pulls my heart. It hurts my soul. I'm like, baby, you were a child, and you're being manipulated by divine powers larger than you that you've been fighting against for a really long time, but you don't remember that bit because, you know, memories haven't come back to you. It's going to be okay. They all need so much. I need all the boys in therapy. I really do. They have shit to work out. Zayne's got to work on his grief and his guilt. Rafayel's got to work on his abandonment issues. Caleb has to work on his PTSD. His complex PTSD. Xavier needs to work on his white knight syndrome and his guilt and grief of his own. And I would say Sylus needs therapy, but Sylus is just kind of accepted so much. Sylus is practicing radical acceptance. Like, when you look at Mary, when you look at Caleb's story, there is no way this man doesn't have complex PTSD. I mean, you're talking about a boy who was experimented on as a child. Sylus is the therapist. I don't know if Sylus is the therapist. I think that could go. I mean, he could. He can see into people's hearts, but that would also be, woo! That would be a moment. That would be a moment. Not that I wouldn't find the glasses hot. But yeah, with Caleb, I mean, you look at the trauma as a child, the burden of protection that he puts upon himself to keep MC happy and alive. Living in the same house as one of the people who most likely was very much aware of his abuse and just having to, like, suck it up. Then there was the near-death experience that almost killed him the first time. Then there's the explosion, the body modification against his will, and Caleb seems scary on the outside until you start diving. His lore is rich, and he's trying so hard. If I could get on my soapbox for 2 seconds about Caleb. Caleb is legitimately fighting against so many things just to maintain some sort of autonomy and sovereignty over his own body and mind. That Turing chip is constantly trying to take him. It is trying to erase his memories. It's trying to rewrite his personality. And the only reason it hasn't succeeded where it has succeeded with everyone else who has been implanted with that chip, including Liam, is because Caleb is creating black holes within his own nervous system to swallow the commands of the Turing chip. Now, I want everybody to take a moment and think, do you think there might be repercussions for creating black holes in your own nervous system? Like, there is... Caleb is fighting an all-out war inside his own mind at all times. And it's just, it's rough. It's really, really rough. Caleb is a beautifully complex, morally gray character, written really well. And yeah. So, but yeah, when he's in Colonel mode, he's scary as fuck. I love Colonel when he's not angry at me. That's how I feel about it. But yeah. So with Zayne, so they all need therapy. They absolutely all need therapy. While Sylus is over here practicing radical acceptance. I don't know how Sylus became the poster child for radical acceptance, but he is. I don't know. It really is. It is a miracle Caleb is still functioning. It's a miracle any of them are still functioning too. It's just, it's wild. And forgive me, I get a little protective about Caleb because I know that there is a lot of backlash about Caleb within the Love and Deepspace community that I don't think he deserves. So I find it very frustrating. He did. Sylus had a long time to come to grips with himself. In more ways than one. Like Sylus is his own special creature. He really is. Oh, bless that man. And then poor Rafayel is out here with his abandonment issues, and I'm like, baby, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Oh, I'm not, like, the main story is gonna be Caleb next, and I'm not emotionally prepared. I'm really not. I am absolutely not emotionally prepared. Rafayel absolutely acts like Binks. Like, not gonna lie. Where did my child go? Lord, children. The tiny god has absolutely disappeared, and that's never a good sign. Hopefully he's asleep on my bed. Oh, I want the Gladiator AU so bad. I want it so bad. Okay. Chapter 4. Oath. Hey, Kara. Thanks for joining the stream. Oh, actually, hold on. Let's keep talking a little bit since we have an ad hitting anyway. The other thing that I love about this story is I love how Zayne's the ghost. It sincerely cracks me up that the origin of the ghost story is Zayne. Like, I'm just going, of course it's Zayne. Why, like, why else would it be? What else would it be but Zayne? What else would it be? Like, just what on earth? Why? The new fanfic? What new fanfic? Oh, you mean the Gladiator fanfic. We have a lot of fanfic that we create. Yes, it's hilarious, and it brings us back again full circle to Zayne being on his own. And he's hiding in a corner and nobody notices as he's working his ass off. A little bit. It's the you're not the only one, Davina. I'm like I haven't changed my settings on the back end in terms of I don't have them set to be this frequent, so I don't understand why they're rolling this frequent, but I will have to do some more diving on the back end about ads. So my sincerest apologies, everybody. Ditch! Hey, Ditch! I don't know if this is a drive-by, Ditch, but welcome. Appreciate the lurking. Always appreciate the lurking. No, you're totally fine, honey. Lurkers are always welcome on this stream, you know that. And don't forget, kids, I did post a Streamloots link in both the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. I do have Streamloots cards that are for just chatting and void side chats like this that y'all can play if you would like. No, the extension is you're not the only one, Ditch. The extension is having a bit of a moment, but to fix it I'd have to shut everything down and I don't want to do that, so apologies. Right now the extensions that are working are of course the sound alerts and the Unicat Cafe. So and Streamloots. Speaking of Streamloots. So, I think everybody's back now. Yay! Okay, everybody's back. So yes. Hi Binksy, did you hear me talking about you? Is this a mom, where are my offerings? Is that what this is? It is. Okay, no one has played the Praise the Tiny God card, but because you've been such a good boy. Oh, thank you, Kay. Since you've been a good boy, here you go. The voidlings give you their offerings, darling. Here you go, tiny god. Slow down. Such a spoiled little kitty. Oop, there you go. You have been blessed by the tiny gods. He gives you good karma with your polls. Praise be to the tiny god Binks. Okay, chapter 4, Oath. A few days later, Dr. Noah received a call from the dean of the medical school. He sounded displeased. He massaged, Lord. I'm gonna take a drink of water and try this sentence again. He massaged his temple. Thank you, Frost. He massaged his temples as he went to the dean's office. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a quiet voice ask, "Why did you destroy your part of the experimental data, Zayne?" Zayne stood in the middle of the room, silent and expressionless. Sure, it doesn't affect others, but it could have helped this project achieve its purpose faster. The dean stepped closer to Zayne, his fingers tapping on the desk. There was more frustration than anger in his voice, the kind that came from a fellow researcher. "I remember you worked hard in the lab for weeks. Did you think about how erasing your data means all your efforts have gone to waste? I know it wasn't an accident. Explain yourself." Behind Zayne, his senior and lab mate, Carter, started to speak. "As long as we quiet, boy," Dr. Noah pushed Carter behind him. "I'll handle this. Let the students go first." "Thank you, Dr. Noah." Zayne walked over to the flower bed and sat down next to Dr. Noah. He chuckled at Zayne's thanks. "I told the dean about you wanting to leave the group too. If you really want to thank me, write fewer negative comments about me in your dissertation acknowledgments." "You're very brave, Zayne." Worried that the dean's words might affect him, Dr. Noah added, "Not everyone is willing to abandon research they put so much effort into." "Dr. Noah, this project is about the application of protocore energy in interventional cardiology procedures, but during the experiment," Zayne closed his eyes and shook his head. He took out the only remaining image from his data and handed it to Dr. Noah. The picture was a heart that was mostly covered in black crystals. To be more precise, it looked like a human heart, beating and growing out of black crystals. Chapter 5, Trek. Dr. Noah's thoughts returned to the autumn of 2047. The students, having just attended the first year oath ceremony, finish their meals and are about to attend their first class at Skyhaven University School of Medicine. He and Zayne have also finished eating and are taking their trays back. Still savoring his meal, Dr. Noah walks out of the cafeteria with Zayne. "The sweet and sour ribs this year aren't great, but no matter how bad the food is, I always want to eat here when I come back. Once I retire, I'll leave Lincoln City." At the front gate, Dr. Noah turns around and pats Zayne's arm. "When you're free, I'll take you to a restaurant near my home. The food there is delicious." As soon as he finishes speaking, his phone rings. Glancing at the caller ID, he sighs. "And that's why doctors should never say they're free." Then, with a serious expression, he starts walking away to answer the call. "Dr. Noah, I'll drive you back to the hospital." After the call ends, Zayne walks with him to the parking lot. As they pass the flower bed outside the research lab, Dr. Noah remembers something important. "Have you visited her?" Zayne pauses, then he says, "Not yet." "Are you afraid?" "No." He shakes his head, his voice steady. Dr. Noah gets out of the car in front of Axo Hospital. He watches as Zayne drives away. When he disappears into the traffic, the elderly doctor slowly turns around. For some reason, that kid always feels surreal. It feels as though, despite standing in the crowd, he would never be a part of it. He remembers that night when a single light glowed in the campsite during a blizzard in the Arctic. He remembered the lonely figure leaving in the cold wind the next day when the experiment's data was destroyed. Perhaps the path the young man walks has only heavy snow and level ground. He's destined to walk alone. As his teacher, Dr. Noah can only hope that one day a fork in the road will appear before the young man, offering him a tranquil respite. The end. So that was the Longley. That's such a weird flame. I think it's supposed to be lonely, honestly. The lonely flame. But Longley flame. I really enjoy this particular story because it lets you, one, have some time in Dr. Noah's perceptions, which I like. I like when we get outside perspectives of characters that we have come to know so well. And absolutely fuck Carter. Like, absolutely fuck Carter. Fuck Carter as the algorithm, but also fuck Carter as the character. Like, he is not cool. He's really not. I am not a fan of that man. I'm legitimately not. His selfishness drives me wild. And his ambitions are just... I can understand a good ambition, but a lot of the time I just want to look at Carter and be like,
how about new?
Seriously, just sit down. Just sit down. Sit all the way down. But yes, so one of the things that this first story really establishes is the kind of isolation. Even Dr. Noah doesn't quite know how to bridge the gap, though he does extend his hand to Zayne. But it does paint a very, very lonely and depressing picture of Zayne as this other, as this person beyond human reach in a way. Like, some of it, to be fair, some of it is Zayne's own doing, and him putting up walls with other people and keeping them out. That's absolutely true. But in some ways, it's also an issue of people putting up these expectations, these pedestal moments, and using their reverence and respect almost as a way to excuse their isolation of Zayne. Of course, we can't hang or talk or be with him. He is this medical god, not for us mere mortals. And that's why, you know, we can't go to the cafeteria and eat with him. But Dr. Noah can. But even Dr. Noah has some level of reverence for him. Hi, Mad Kitty. It's cool that you just woke up, honey. You don't have to apologize. I'm just happy you showed up and joined. Yes, it is a level of foreshadowing in two ways, I would say. It is a shadowing in terms of, one, if MC doesn't show up, what it's like for Zayne and how easily he can become Dawnbreaker. But I also think in some ways it's a foreshadowing of MC's arrival, the importance of MC in Zayne's life. In some ways it feels like Dr. Noah at this point in juncture in the timeline is manifesting MC for Zayne. That fork in the road, that tranquil path, that respite, that safe harbor for Zayne. Dr. Noah very much cares for Zayne, and I think that this is one of those indications of it. And he's gently like, have you reached out to her? You should reach out to her. His gentle pushing of Zayne towards MC. I think that Dr. Noah fully understands that MC is probably Zayne's only true safe harbor, and he wants that for him. Despite his own inadequacies in bridging the gap between him and Zayne. I don't know, Kara, because we also have to remember that there's the 7-year deal at play with Zayne, right? So Zayne strikes the deal to buy time, so he's not locked away forever in the fractal library. The question is, when did Shubai appear? Was it during medical school? Because I feel like this level of isolation and emotional distancing was already happening before the fractal library appearance and the deal being struck. I think the guilt and fear over almost hurting MC with his own evil, plus he's been dreaming about Dawnbreaker since he was a child, that recurring nightmare, I think there was already some level of isolation and fear of what's inside him. I think that was the initial root cause of his emotional distancing, was his own fear of himself, of his evil, what he's capable of, what he's doing. And then you get hit, he gets hit with the fractal library, and suddenly this quote-unquote destiny, and it's this responsibility is meant for you, and this is going to take you away from her. And now he's got that on his back. So I think it's twofold, in a way. I don't think the isolation in the beginning was him already knowing he's the emissary. I think the isolation in the beginning was legitimate fear of himself. And then Shubai and the Fractal Library show up, and now he's got this on his deck. He's got a time crunch now. He's got a deadline. He has to achieve certain things in his mind in order to protect MC before he has no choice and has to go into that library. Hi, DJ, Dr. J. Yes. I'm not one to diagnose people with neurodivergencies, and I'm reticent to, I'm assuming that's what you mean by on the spectrum. I'm reticent to just ascribe anyone who is not extroverted or very outwardly emotionally expressioned as being on the spectrum or autistic. But I do agree that Zayne is incredibly brilliant, far more brilliant than anyone else, and I would definitely put him in the genius category. And I do think when you're that damn smart, it causes problems in terms of communication and your ability to socialize with others, because your brain is processing things at a level and a speed that most people's are not. And that is going to get two responses from people. Either they're going to be in awe of you, like a lot of people are with Zayne, but there's also going to be resentment and bullying, because people don't like to feel inferior or different. And so they're going to attack the thing that's making them feel bad about themselves, even if the thing that's making them feel bad about themselves isn't maliciously trying to do that at all, or even trying to do it with any sort of consciousness. It's their own envy and their own insecurity being projected onto Zayne. So that could cause socialization issues. But I wouldn't say that Zayne, from my perspective, has any... I'm not currently seeing, I should say. This isn't to invalidate your interpretation of Zayne, but from where I'm sitting with Zayne, I don't see any neurodivergent coding on him. Just the standard narrative trope of the lonely genius that we see in both written media, and that is also translated over into visual media as well. There are certain things where I see kind of metaphor and symbolism on, like we could discuss MC's memory loss issues in the terms of like living with someone with dementia or Alzheimer's, in that they're here and they're conscious and they're lucid and then they're not, when she was little and younger and, you know, being murdered for science. and Caleb having to get used to that fact of her memory just whoop, disappearing. But I want to be mindful and careful that we don't ascribe cliches and generalizations when it comes to neurodivergency to characters. Because one could easily take Raphael's flight when he's more flighty and a little more all over the place as you know, the cliche stereotypical ADHD. But Raphael does not have ADHD. That man can focus. He's got executive function. So I just want to be very, very careful and very, very mindful. Especially since narratively there is a history of using these types of representations and executing them poorly, especially like the most notorious ones that we see in media are of course things like DID. Media has yet to do a respectful interpretation in my mind of DID. Really? A clinical observation. What's striking you as someone with the expertise? Because I'm not, as I said, I'm not getting that read on Zayne, but I'm curious from you, from a clinical observation, what puts you, what would have you put Zayne in the, what behaviors are putting your mind to see that coding? From a, this is an educational question. I'm genuinely curious. This isn't argumentative, by the way. I'm curious because I can only go off of my own anecdotal as someone who's neurodivergent. I don't have the clinical background, so I'm curious what quirks of his behavior are giving you that perspective. Oh, interesting, Cookie. You think that there's been hints in the story that Raphael might be going blind? That would be a moment. I had not caught that. I had not caught that in the story at all. Oop. Okay. So while we wait, because I'm actually really excited to see what Dr. J says. Thankfully, the next story is also about Zayne, so we're still on topic. Happy Catalpa! I hope I said your name correctly. Thank you so much for joining the stream. I've always been thinking back to the first PV with Zayne. I think it has a very interesting point to speculate about for Zayne's story moving forward. It talks about 24 hours before the area being completely frozen, and how Zayne says he hopes they won't meet again when she and the world wakes up. Also, I find the 17-second very interesting because I played Love and Producer back then, and I think it's always when something very big happens in the story. Oh, really? Love and Producer. I've never heard of that. Is that another otome game? I have seen them, Kara, but I have not read them. And I've decided since I'm going to do World, I was going to stream World underneath, that I would not read them, so you all could get my first reactions to the newer ones on stream. Oh. Oh, Mr. Love Queen's Choice. Got it, got it, got it. Oh. Oh, I didn't catch that. From the cards and interactions, he struggles to grasp nuances in communication as well as expressions and body language. Oh, that's interesting. I did not catch that in his behavior, but that's... Now I'm going to have to go back and redo all of Zayne's memories. And look for that, because I didn't initially catch that. Or perhaps I did and I interpreted more in terms of lack of socialization. In terms of if he's always been isolated and always on the outside, he would struggle with social interaction simply because of the lack of exposure. But that can only go so far as an interpretation from my end. Oh, that is so interesting. Yeah, I can see with that, if that's behavior that you're noting, I can absolutely see why you would be reading the spectrum coding on his character. Oh, I'm gonna have to go back now. Now I'm curious. Now I need to go back with looking at that lens. See, this is why I'm such a freaking geek. I'm such a nerd. Here's what I love about narrative analysis and character analysis. One, you can take the same character and have 5 people read this character, and all 5 of them will have a different interpretation. And that will come through lenses of biases, whether it's your own experience, also your own academic background, culture, all this other stuff that gives people another perspective. And it's one of my favorite things that we did in college when we were reading texts, is that our teacher would have us go and take a singular passage, and we had to, there's so many different literary theories and literary analysis around literary analysis. We had to take that passage and choose like somewhere between 3 and 5 different theories and translate the passage through the lens of that particular lens. And the different parts of the passage, each one of those theories would open up for discussion, was always so fun to me. Like, this is why I like reading, but also why I like media literacy in general, because at this point there's so many different mediums. It's such a fun exercise, especially when you would take like some of the older American novels and you'd run it through, like, how do I say? So obviously one of the first lenses you have is, it had a different name at the time. We now, it has evolved into critical race theory, but there was a variant of it in literature that, you know, you would read through. The it's colonialism, post-colonialism, and the look at race and the discussion of race within a text. You of course then have lenses through gender bias, and then you'd also bring in things like socioeconomic theories, so a Marxist interpretation, and then the religious interpretations. And I mean, there were so many different lenses. And one of the things I remember when we were doing one of those analysis was about The Great Gatsby. Now, those of you who have seen me on VC or in previous streams may have heard me say this, and I will say it again with my full fucking chest. I hate The Great Gatsby. I hate that book. I hate it with a passion of 1,000 fiery suns. I hate that book so much. I think it's overhyped, overdone, and could have been a 5-paragraph goddamn essay instead of that nonsense. But one of the things that I remember, it was short enough, we had to take it apart. And one of the things you notice is, so if you go through the colonial, post-colonial translation, is that one of the first things you point out in that book is how African Americans are only mentioned, if I recall correctly, there's very little mention of anybody of color, and the one true passage you get of a person of color is this 1 to 2 paragraph description of a black couple in a car. And the point of the paragraph is to portray black people as envious. So they're dressed like quote unquote white people, driving a quote unquote white person car, and trying to mimic quote unquote white people's status. And it's not a flattering lens at all. It really is not. It's not a flattering portrayal of people of color, and it's legitimately the only portrayal of people of color in the entire book. So you see the lack of diversity, and then you see the one portrayal, and it's horrible. Then you get to have some fun with queer theory, and then you get to talk about the homoeroticism and the undertones between Nick and Gatsby. That's always fun, because there's always one or two people get really squeamish about that, and I'm sadistic, and I'm like, ha ha, queer people exist, poke poke. I have a bad habit of being cruel to homophobes. But then also, if you take a look at, and then you say add another theory, then you add another layer in there with gender studies and feminist readings, you'll notice the portrayal of Daisy and some of the women in there, and the stereotypes and the vapidness, and quite frankly the fact that the entire book, those characters are the most 2D flat, non-evolving creatures that you've ever seen. The entire point of The Great Gatsby is basically Fitzgerald saying that America has fallen to moral ruin, and we need to see a resurgence of Christian morals within the country. And could we not go back to the glory days of when the Pilgrims first landed and there was no one here, and it was just virgin soil, because apparently the indigenous didn't exist to F. Scott Fitzgerald. But yeah, no, hate that book. Fucking hate it. Everybody should probably read it once, but still hate that book. Hate it. Hate it. Burn it with fire. Well, no, don't burn it. I'm against book burnings and censorship. But still, it's overblown, and there are better books that could be read by female authors at the time, as well as people of color, with far more interesting things to say than the lament of an oppressor being like, God, we've lost control. And I'm going to get off my soapbox now about Great Gatsby, because this is the Love and Deepspace fucking chat, and not Mama Goes Off on Literary Theory. Happy says, I feel like Zayne does catch social cues just fine and is well aware of such, but he's choosing not to engage it in a way other people would generally expect him to. I always find him very smooth in his interactions with others if he so chooses. When Zayne turns on his charm, it's devastating. I absolutely agree with that point, Happy. Like, Zayne knows how to make himself extroverted when needed to, and he always does it with that little smirk that's fucking straight out of Catch-22, and it's devastating. No, Ibo, you are not alone. You are not alone in the hatred of that book. Though I will say, one of the last things I will say on just general literary stuff is one of my college professors was an amazing teacher, and her claim to fame was actually making me like the Scarlet Letter, because I went to a religious high school, and that school absolutely killed any sort of love I had for that book. And then we got to it in college, and my teacher's like, cool, we're now going to do the Scarlet Letter. And I was like, fuck, here we go. And I was ready for the moralizing and all that. And she opened up the Scarlet Letter in a way that was so incredible for me, and absolutely recontextualized the text in so many different ways, and unpacked so many things that we never even touched upon in high school, that my religious teachers would never have even with a 10-foot pole would never touch these topics or these interpretations. And while it's still not my favorite book of all time, it absolutely brought the text back to life for me and gave me a full new appreciation for what Nathaniel Hawthorne was trying to do in that book. And I could go on for a very long time about books, but that's not what this stream is about, and that's not why you're all here. So I will get back to why we are all here, which is of course Love and Deep Space and Zayne Angst at the moment. Bless all the Jasmines in my chat. So number 2. So story 2 is Snowy Stairs, and this is once again a side story that gives us more insight into Zayne. So oh, there's a post about their favorite books. Why am I not remembering this? Cookie, where was that? Was that an official Love and Deep Space post or a Tumblr post or something? For some reason, that's not jogging my memories. Oop. Okay, there we go. We're going all the way back here. It's from a few weeks ago. It's official. Oh, thank you, Water. Yes, if you could put it in the Discord for me, just put it on Mama's channel. I'd love to take a look at it. Actually, if you want to drop it in chat, I would love to discuss it on chat a little bit. But yeah, just drop the link in Mama's channel on Discord, because I want to look at that. I want to see what their favorite books are. Okay. Snowy Stairs. Ah, fuck. I forgot this one is about Carter. I hate this man so much. He just gives me such a visceral ick. I'm not going to lie. Hate this man. Hate him so much. Hate him, hate him, hate him. Yes, we like John Carter. Levi, thank you so much for stopping by. Have a good day at work, honey. Okay. All right, everybody stretch out your backs for a second. Roll your shoulders. Get a drink of water. We're going to dive back in with the next story. You know, it does not surprise me at all that Sylus is into the Count of Monte Cristo. If you've ever sat down and like slogged that book, that would be absolutely up Sylus's alley. Like, the Count of Monte Cristo is dense as hell. Thank you, Frost. I will take a sip. All right, everybody, here we go. Let's deal with Carter. Chapter 1, Die in Spring. It doesn't matter if the annual salary is in the millions or if the research lab is top-notch. Without me, Carter, could Xander's sciences have come this far? What truly drives the development of science is not experiments, but ideas. I'm such a person, and so is Zayne. That's why you need him, right? Laughter echoes in the conference room. Carter stands up, leans on the table, and tosses the contract back to the executives. If the medical genius Zayne valued these things, why would he accept Axo Hospital's invitation? Can a hospital offer more than our research institute? What do you suggest, Dr. Carter? I didn't get my doctorate degree, with a smile on his lips that can send chills down someone's spine. Carter glances at the institute director asking the question. Give me the file of cabin 607's patient. Let me try. After a round of New Year's fireworks, 2048 officially begins. During the year, Dr. Carter decided to quit school. This area of Imperial Ring Park was just a newly abandoned construction site. The property owner declared bankruptcy, and it turned out they had invested in the emerging industry of protocore technology in Skyhaven. The homeowners formed a group to defend their rights on the construction site. Carter and Zayne happened to pass by and saved an elderly man who had a heart attack. After the ambulance took the man away, they sat down in a restaurant for a late-night snack, discussing the trending topic of the time: the ethics of applying protocore technology to revive dead cells. At dawn, the door of the restaurant opened again. Zayne headed in the opposite direction in the morning fog, and they never saw each other again. Now, vibrant plants have replaced the construction rubble. An Imperial Ring district has been revitalized with resurgence of Lincoln City. However, Carter believes that no matter how the world changes, Zayne will remain the same. He knows this is the path his stubborn junior will take every day for his morning jog. As he strolls through the park, a familiar voice is heard from behind a bush. But you're a doctor. Please save Pilot. He already passed away. Following the voice, Carter finds Zayne squatting next to a crying child by a bench. The boy pulls at Zayne's arm. A stray dog lies motionless in front of them. It's not breathing. Pilot always played with me. I even bought it cookies. Pilot knows. He's very happy, Zayne murmurs. He gently pats the child's head. But I don't want Pilot to die. Carter laughs to himself and walks over to them, protocore in hand. Hey kid, Pilot can live again with this. He casually joins in on the conversation. Zayne looks up. His softened gaze turns cold at the sight of the protocore. He stands up and stares at Carter's smiling face. Death is a part of life. We can't change that. Oh, this story's gonna piss me off. I forgot about this one. Chapter 2. Yesterday once more. You're still cold-hearted, Zayne. The dog also counts as a life, and the poor kid is heartbroken. Carter follows Zayne to the restaurant they visited all those years ago, which is now a fast food restaurant. He squints and looks around as if admiring its rebirth. If someone wants a life to continue, how would you know if you can't bring it back? Shouldn't you try first? Carter remembers the frightened look in the child's eye when he brought the protocore close to the stray dog. Then again, you're right. Most people don't even want to try. Tell me, is the natural law an unshakable moral boundary? Or is it just a comforting phrase people use? His voice drips with sarcasm. I thought I made that clear, Zayne says. He places his phone on the table after ordering breakfast. I see you haven't changed at all, Carter. No, that's where you're wrong. Xander Sciences has given me a lot of opportunities. Without allowing things to be dismissed, Carter takes out an elegant-looking business card from his bag and slides it across the table towards Zayne. If you had kept going, Maybe you would have already broken free from the shackles of the natural law, Carter says. Zayne, your talents are wasted at Axo Hospital. Xander Sciences doesn't want to see a genius like you be forgotten. The evol technology you're insisting on is so last year. No one wants an artificial lump that needs to be charged in the heart now. Protocore tech is the golden brick that will pave the way to the future. Carter is confident. The Xander Sciences Research Institute's logo and the research he's in charge of will easily catch the eye of top experts worldwide. Zayne doesn't take the card. Instead, he shifts his gaze to the window. Hold on to that brick then. If you drop it, your foot won't be the only thing that's hurting. Carter shrugs. He knows moving this iceberg won't be easy. The business card is an opportunity for Zayne to reject him. He brings out his trump card. Take a look at this. It's a case from our project, a very rare condition. Carter sends the meticulously prepared medical record of cabin 607's patient to Zayne's phone. Zayne doesn't move, so Carter reaches out and accepts it for him. The patient's heart surgery is scheduled for next week. His other organs are in such a terrible state that he may not survive the side effects of the treatment. We're at a loss. Why don't you take a look? Knowing Zayne can glean insights from abnormal data in the medical record, he doesn't provide any more details. As expected, Zayne looks away, furrowing his brow in barely disgusted displeasure. Are you unsure of what to do? If that's the case, Xander Sciences wouldn't have kept him until now. Smiling, Carter nods. That's why we need you. My skills are nothing compared to yours and Dr. Noah's. I can't be as meticulous and efficient as you. The restaurant owner brings out a bowl of sweet tofu pudding and places it in front of Zayne. Carter laughs again. Dr. Noah thinks highly of you, you know. He would mention you to me and Will all the time back then. It made us really curious about you before we met. Eating a spoonful of his hot and spicy soup, he continues. You may not like Xander Sciences, but the patient is innocent. Just like that dead dog. He's also has families waiting for them. Take a look, Dr. Zayne. I won't violate your medical ethics. I'm just going to power through this because Carter makes me so mad, and I want to discuss the whole thing at the end. Chapter 3, Undying Tree. The person Carter has been waiting for still hasn't stepped through the doors of Xander Sciences even after Cabin 607's patient is brought into the operating room. 5 hours later, the less than successful surgery forced him to confront the gap between him and a genius once more. They worked on the theoretical model of this research back in school. He even outperformed Zayne on this front. Yet, when it comes to applying it, things never go smoothly. Where does he fall short compared to Zayne? He desperately wants to know what Zayne discovered and why he stopped researching it. Dr. Carter, Dr. Zayne is here. Carter stiffens at the news. He quickly raises his head, masking his frustration. By the time he swivels around in his office chair and stands up, his usual confident demeanor is back. Xander Science's life pods look like enormous capsules with countless intertwined tubes connecting them to the surrounding equipment. Red tubes sucked away death while the blue ones injected new life. The daily cost of one device could burn through a month's worth of resources in a regular hospital's ICU. Xander Sciences has 15 of these. Outside of cabin 607's glass window, Zayne stares at the patient who's soaking, not speaking, good lord. Once more, with feeling. Outside the cabin 607 glass, Zayne stares at the patient who's soaking in the liquid, shriveled like a skeleton. Familiar, isn't it? Carter walks up to the cabin's exterior, crossing his arms and admiring the ward that looks straight out of a sci-fi movie. You're late. His heart regeneration failed. so we had to put a new one in to keep him going. How did you perform the surgery? You'll know everything if you join us, though. Actually, you won't struggle with this conundrum. You might be the one most familiar with it. Zayne being here means there's hope. Feeling his upper hand, Carter teases him. Remember the project we worked on for several years at school? The same one you stopped? I brought it to Xander Sciences. Now it has a name. X-Heart. Zayne frowns. Have you conducted animal experiments with it? Of course we've completed all the standard procedures. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited you. When he was admitted, he only had less than 6 months. It's been 2 years now. This is what I offered him, and he's happy to be a pioneer. But I get it. You're the genius here. I only implemented a genius's great ideas. After a moment of silence, Zayne speaks again. Have you seen William since then? He died on Mount Eternal. You were closest to him in the team. Carter doesn't understand why Zayne has to bring him up. After some thought, he guesses Zayne wants to bring attention to his death. Mount Eternal, huh? The view's good, but there was an anomaly with the Wanderers a few years ago. Before he can finish, Zayne gets up and leaves. Carter quickly follows. Wait, aren't you here to join us? Zayne keeps walking, pulling out his phone. I'm here to warn you. Hiding a Trojan horse in the medical record you sent can easily get you arrested. Carter watches as Zayne walks further and further away, unmoving as always. His painstaking efforts are apparently worthless in Zayne's eyes. In the empty corridor, Carter clenches his fists, unable to hold back his words. Zayne, I'm giving you an opportunity. You better consider it. Our job is to save people. If we can control life and death, why shouldn't we? Don't you remember what we thought every time a surgery failed? Give me another chance. I could save him if I had another chance. This is the chance we've always wanted. There is no we, Zayne replies. Do you remember how happy everyone was when the experiment worked? It was like a message left by God, and now we can finally respond. Zayne, do you believe in God? At the end of the corridor, Zayne finally stops and looks back at him, his hands in his coat pockets. You're crazy. Chapter 4. Gone. After leaving cabin 607, Zayne walks to the elevator. The sound of rolling wheels comes from an unassuming door next to him. Through the small window, he can see a hallway. A metal cart used for waste disposal passes by. There's a lifeless hand poking out from under the white cloth. Make way. A simple-looking couple blocks the cart. The masked researcher sounds exhausted and tries to push the cart forward. Isn't this what you agreed to when you accepted the Institute's donation? Once they select him, we have full usage and disposal rights. He's gone now, so there's no need to play the part of a dutiful parent. The woman tightly clutches the cart's iron rails. She's almost kneeling. But he's our son. Please let us see him one last time. We promise we won't tell anyone. Just so you know, he came straight from the operating table. He doesn't have a heart anymore. Do you still want to see him? Excuse me, Zayne says as he opens the door. Could you leave him with me for a moment? Over the past few months, Zayne has become well known at Xander Sciences, so the researcher recognizes him. All Zayne wants is a clean room and a set of surgical tools. The researcher hesitates. It's a favor that can be easily granted. All right, but no more than half an hour. After a while, the young man who had lost his heart finally appears before his parents in a clean, intact state. The father presses his forehead against the wall, his hand tightly clutching his chest as he bites his lip. The mother bends over the bed, her head buried deep in the white sheets. Moments pass, and then Zayne hears her muffled sobbing. Son, we've come to say goodbye. In the surveillance room, Carter watches the whole thing through the screen. A smirk plays on the lips as he opens the comms. Zayne, do you remember what we discussed before? We talked about it for a long time. In this era of technology advancement, why must we face death? On the screen, Zayne slowly turns to the camera. Unfortunately, he's just too far away for Carter to see his expression. My perspective hasn't changed. We will face death eventually, one way or another. Then Zayne glances at the couple. Just not like this. And I'm going to pause for a second for the ad break and take a sip. Bye, Happy. And also, fuck Carter. Fuck him so much. Like, I hate him. 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 So much. Just. This man is so twisted. He is so twisted in his own Phoenix, hi. Okay, Granger to Malfoy is Blade. Okay, cool. I'm trying to remember. All y'all have different names in the Discord. So I'm trying to keep track of everybody. I hate him. This man is so twisted by his own ego and his own insecurities and inferiority complexes. And it's just, his jealousy has warped him so thoroughly. It angers me. It angers me. Okay, one last chapter and then we can fully decompress this. Chapter 5, Snow Depth. A few days later, Zayne officially joins Axo's Evol cardiac, I don't know why I suddenly can't speak. A few days later, Zayne officially joins Axo's Evol Cardiac Medical Research Lab as its principal investigator. The night before, Carter sent him a congratulatory message and told him about the death of the patient in cabin 607. His name was Felix, only 45 years old. He helped a lot of poor students during his lifetime, giving them a comfortable and affluent life. He also allowed them to participate in our great experiment near the end of their lives. What a shame. Despite Xander Sciences sparing no expense to keep him alive, he still passed away after 2 years. But don't you think this is just the beginning? Zayne doesn't reply. Unsatisfied, Carter sends another picture. It's a failed attempt at resuscitating a patient in cabin 607. He lies on the floor outside the life pod, a cluster of black crystals blooming on the left side of his chest like a magnificent dahlia. Zayne, if the person lying on the operating table was your lover, would you let her die? After the message, a thought hits Carter like the first drop of rain falling outside the window. He suddenly understands. Why go to such lengths to persuade Zayne? What he really needs is not a like-minded colleague, but a pair of hands. Ones that can carry out God's mission and allow for God's descent. Zayne's hands. Carter remembers that Zayne became a doctor because of a girl. A person like him wouldn't join Axo Hospital for no reason. He has to be taking over Dr. Noah's work. If he can see which cases are being transferred from Dr. Noah to Zayne, he can find that girl. His trump card. And he thought so highly of Zayne. As long as he has that mysterious girl, he knows he'll always have those hands. In an instant, countless thoughts surge into Carter's brain like bubbles in a soda can. Maybe that girl is even more interesting than Cabin 607's patients, considering how Dr. Noah and Zayne seem to be unable to help her. Maybe her value to X-Heart would far exceed that of Zayne's. Zayne, you should know you're rejecting a path to life's truth. My answer hasn't changed either. I've always believed that death is just a small obstacle. It can be overcome in due time. Happy, Carter tosses his phone onto the carpet and spins in place. His horizons have expanded now that he's changed gears. He pours himself half a glass of red wine in celebration and raises it to the highest point of the city lights as it's soaked in heavy rain. A toast to humanity's greatest dream. In a dimly lit study, Zayne reviews the patient records Dr. Noah transferred to him. He sees a name he knows all too well. He recalls the conversation he had with Carter back in med school. They sat across from each other at the restaurant. Zayne had stared at his senior as he was about to eat. Even if we can avoid death, we still need it, he had said. Now Zayne rubs his temples. He stares at the name for a long time. Then he takes off his glasses, leaning back slowly in his chair. As if time and space intertwined, Carter's indignant voice rings in his ears and questions him once more. Wouldn't you use everything in your power to prevent your loved ones from dying? Of course he would. Zayne answered this question countless times in his heart, and no matter how many years have passed, his answer still hasn't changed. He would do everything he could to prevent her death and save her. But the night is long, the fog is dense. If the end of the road is truly what's left, Zayne closes his eyes. At least he still has another option. His last one. And before the storm arrives, he only hopes he can walk a little further on this rugged path. He could also hold her hand and resist the avalanche-like onslaught of selfish wishes together. Well, that was an uplifting story. But Snowy Stairs gives such a great character insight into Carter. I mean, I love a good antagonist. I love a good villain. And Carter is truly, truly twisted. And such a great foil for Zayne. We tend to think of like Dawnbreaker as Zayne's foil or one of the love interests. But Carter is Zayne's foil. Carter is what happens when obsession and madness win, in a way. He's gone full round the bend. Zayne has an obsession. He's just as obsessive as Carter. But he still has a level of control. That's the thing. There's still guardrails on his path. There is still shackles in a way. Carter is obsession without limit, and with all the funding you could ask for. Zayne still has lines in the sand to a degree about what he will and will not cross. Now, remember, gentle reminder, that this is also the same man who is legitimately run experiences in broken reality to save his girl. Like, it's not like Zayne hasn't gone to extremes in his timelines, but he still has empathy. He still views patience. I mean, those parents are grieving their child, and all Carter sees is an opportunity to needle Zayne. That's it. That's all he sees. He doesn't see the crying mother. He doesn't see the broken father. He doesn't see the body of the patient he fucking failed to save. He just sees a serial number and an opportunity. And that's a problem. Zayne took time out of his day to stitch this boy up so his parents could say goodbye. The researchers and the company... King, welcome back. Did you enjoy your nap? Xander Sciences, Carter, the researchers, none of them see humanity anymore. These are just experiments and simulations. They're not people. There is no suffering. They will use their desire to live and their want to live, which is so freaking valid. It's not wrong to want to live. It's not wrong to not want to die. It's not wrong to fear death. But there are things that need to occur. Grief has to be processed. And instead of helping people accept grief, accept death, they use it to their own ends so they can experiment on their bodies and pat their bottom line. Like, it's disgusting. And it wasn't even Zayne's patient. You're absolutely right, Water. It was not Zayne's patient. And this isn't even Ever yet. This is just Xander Sciences. Ever hasn't acquired Xander Sciences at this time yet. We're that early in this timeline. Yes, Zayne still has a moral code. Like... And I feel so skeevy after fucking reading that. Like, just being in Carter's headspace is uncomfortable. Like, I actually felt the bubbles. I felt that description. And it wasn't bubbles in a soda can to me. It was bubbles in a tar pit. Like, I feel unclean. After reading that, I feel so fucking unclean. Just so unclean. So unclean. All right. Story 3. Bouquets and dirges. So, it's time we shift away from Zayne over to our beloved Fishy. Do we have any sea brides here? Where's the sea god's brides? Do I have them any of them in my chat right now? I know I got Jasmines. We've attracted a lot of Jasmines in our lives. Winter Gray, hi. I'm sorry. I'm just seeing your comment. Phillips Felix. Now that... Oh, I didn't make that connection. Oh, that's interesting. I did not make that connection. A secondary bride. Archant, I love you. He absolutely gives mad... It's mad scientist. Carter is mad scientist. He is Frankenstein. He is in that narrative trope. Archant, always a kitten first, but you'll make room for your bias breaker for Rafayel. Raphael's your third, Winter. He's my third as well. In my harem. In my harem. Well, to all my sea god brides, to all my lurkers who have Raphael as your bias breaker, let us journey forth into some more lore for him. Shadow is holding strong, like gripping on by just like white knuckling it. Like, no, I will not give in to temptation. But she wouldn't say no if it suddenly turned into a threesome. True. Bless Shadow. I love that you totally went in with that. Okay. Here we go. So this is Bouquet and Dirges, right? Yeah, Bouquet and Dirges. And I need to be back here. There we go. Oh, but fishy merch is so fun. Remember, kids. Side note, as a reminder, Love and Chickspace does have a merch store, and we have some very fun Love and Deepspace merch. I'm still a sucker for our state park series. So don't forget to get wet at Lumeria State Park. And I think I have a link to I need to update my links though. It's a fourth wall. We have a fourth wall store. If I recall, where's the link? I have not properly updated my links yet because we just launched the fourth wall store. Moving my channel. There it is. Boop. Control. Copy. There we go. So, boop. Feel free to check it out. We have some fun merch. We have a lot of jokes. We're kooky kind of people, and we're still filling it in. Because Nikki and I have our own fourth wall stores, so we're trying to coalesce everything that she and I have designed for Love and Deepspace into one space. So feel free to check it out. No pressure. Boop. Okay, so let us dive into Rafikins, to Fishykins, to Ocean Daddy. Here we go. Chapter 1, Emerald Vines. This one is for Talia. On the trellis are emerald-colored vines. Rafayel holds one of them. Soon, this garden full of exotic plants will be the place where Talia and her lover will hold their wedding. Not bad. It matches the design of the necklace I gave her. The garden's owner, Charles, is a jewelry designer. He enjoys gardening in his spare time and has done conservation work for endangered plants and animals. This is how he met Rafayel. Choosing flowers is a psychological experience, Charles says. It's a process akin to someone trying to understand another person. Really? Rafayel draws a series of random lines on a sheet of paper. I chose them based on the impression they gave. It doesn't sound as cool. People have also said that giving flowers to a lover is a surefire way to their hearts. Charles remembers a girl he caught a glimpse of in Rafayel's photo album. If you ever want to do that, you're welcome to pick any flowers from my garden. Stop reading stuff from those weird articles. Charles shrugs and responds with a helpless smile after being teased. He walks back through a path that's adorned in a faint floral fragrance. A faint floral fragrance. When he returns, he hears a conversation between Rafayel and Talia. Are you really not going to attend? It's my wedding. Nope. The aloof artist continues to doodle. His phone is on speaker, and his responses are quick and simple. If Charles wasn't doing a commission for Talia's wedding, he would have believed Rafayel. But I finally found someone I like. You said the same thing last time. And how long ago was that? Why are you so stingy with your blessings? I blessed you when you made the pact. Any more would be pointless. What do you mean? Not everyone is as lucky as you. I'm hanging up. Rafayel ends the call and hands the sketch in his hands to the jewelry designer. The once chaotic lines are now an elegant yet fancy bouquet. A pencil may not be able to display any color beyond black, but Charles can still imagine the blue that Raphael chose earlier. He carefully takes the sketch and hands over the necklace design. This is from the plan we previously agreed upon. The gemstone is Talia's favorite and matches the color of her wedding dress. Before he can finish his sentence, they hear Talia's laughter from Raphael's phone. Raphael's expression changes as he realizes the call is still going. Talia sounds even happier than before. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. I'll be waiting. See you then. The call actually ends this time. Charles chuckles and ignores Raphael's annoyance. There's no point in hiding it if you're going anyway. He points out a few modifications about the gemstone setting to Raphael. You put a lot of care into the details. I'm sure my plan will be harshly criticized. Raphael lowers his gaze and doesn't reply. Charles thinks he may be thinking about his lover. Sensing that Raphael has no intention of responding, he changes the conversation topic to the necklace's color scheme. Oh, I love Raphael so much. Oh, baby, you need to remember to turn off your phone. Chapter 2, Wedding. Passing through the archway decorated with emerald vines, Raphael reaches the central fountain. The relaxed atmosphere in the garden makes him sigh, even though it's what he expected. He picked out 2 suits for today, but after a few minutes he ended up not wearing either. Instead, he chose comfortable, casual clothes suitable for dancing, which turned out to be the best choice. If Raphael wore a suit, he would have been teased by Talia, the same person who's wearing a simple dress and dancing barefoot on the grass. He's too plain. If he fell into a pond, let alone the sea, no one would be able to find him. Our Talia is the most dazzling pearl in the ocean. If you can find her, wouldn't you be able to find him too? At a small round table, a group of Lemurians are whispering to each other. Raphael turns to see a familiar face he hadn't seen since, the disaster. He cheerfully plays an ancient Lemurian instrument, a happy melody flowing from his moving fingertips. Thank your friend for me. His garden is beautiful, Talia says to Raphael after she makes her way through the crowd to him. He was kind to let us hold the ceremony here. Raphael's gaze shifts to the man not far away from Talia. He doesn't mind. He likes whatever I like, she says. She spins around in front of him. Her flared skirt twirls, making her look like a graceful, swimming fish. He designed this for me. It's pretty good, right? It suits you, Raphael chuckles, recalling Charles' words. The process of choosing flowers for someone is also a process of understanding that person. Hi, May! Maybe the same applies to designing clothes. He's silent for a few seconds. He drinks his wine and pushes the empty cup back onto the table. Raymond is dead. Talia takes a deep breath, a smile blooming on her face. Then we can all get a good night's sleep for now. Yeah, for now. She understands the emphasis Raphael puts in his words. Crossing her arms, her gaze wanders over the singing, dancing, and chatting people. Guess you don't want fleeting happiness. Raphael subtly turns away. To avoid Talia, he inevitably has to look at the guests attending her wedding. Almost all the familiar and unfamiliar Lemurian survivors are present. The music is harmonious, the singing is rich, but every smile seems to be covered with a gray veil. Then he hears Talia's melodious voice again. I'm getting married not because I've forgotten the past, but because I want to live in the present. Look at every Lemurian here. They're all looking for an anchor, a reason to live. I found mine, and others have found theirs, Talia says. Her eyes lock onto Rafayel. But there are still those who don't realize how important it is to have an anchor. Rafayel shakes his head. Lemuria is more important. Lemuria will always be important, Talia puts down her glass, looking serious. But what about you? When your own heart is devouring you, is there anything that can pull you back? Can you really let her go? The light in Rafayel's eyes dims at her last question. Rafayel, have you ever thought about your own wedding? He's silent for a while. Then he takes off the boutonniere from his chest, places it on the table, and turns to leave the bustling scenery that doesn't belong to him. No. 3. Gardenia. Freedom, happiness, and rebirth. Charles hangs the shovel back on the tool board, nodding at the light yellow gardenia Rafayel had been staring at. That's what it means in the language of flowers. Are you giving it to someone? A relative's daughter. Rafayel stands under the courtyard's door's eaves, tilting his head to observe the flower's petals. Can you tell me what it means again? Apologies, had to sneeze. People believe it represents freedom, happiness, and rebirth. I highly recommend... Woo! Thank you, Frost. I highly recommend it for the opening ceremony for the school year or a birthday party. I'll take it. Rafayel returns the sample to Charles and walks past him. Help me arrange a bouquet. I'll take it to her funeral. Her father can no longer give her flowers. Funeral? Charles stops counting his tools and makes a mistake on paper. Wouldn't that be a bit? It's fine, Rafayel says. Based on what you told me, it's suitable for a funeral too. Hi, baby kitty. Chapter 4. Lament. Rafayel crosses the courtyard as it's bathed in a golden glow. He walks through the corridor where Raymond's glorious deeds are being played on a loop on a digital screen. Then he arrives at Raymond's house. Raymond's funeral is being held in the living room. At the entrance, the butler mechanically takes the condolence money from the mourners. He looks stiffly and professionally ahead until Rafayel passes him. He narrows his eyes and quickly sizes Rafayel up, seemingly surprised by his presence. Rafayel ignores these malicious glances and walks straight to the center of the hall where the glass fish tank is placed. Yes, hi, baby. I know. Sorry, Binksy is making his presence known. I know, baby. Okay. There. Will this do? Sorry. He pauses for a second or two in front of the mermaid skeleton inside. Then he turns to Raymond's coffin and stands with the others. Mom, this is so boring. We were supposed to be on vacation in the Arctic. The child's voice echoes clearly in the hall. Her innocent comment makes the parent cover the brat's mouth in embarrassment, quickly returning to a sorrowful expression after flashing an apologetic smile. After all, she had yet to secure the inheritance she wanted. When it's Raphael's turn to mourn, he steps forward. He leans over the coffin and places the carefully selected gardenias on it, making sure its most beautiful side faces the fish tank. In the midst of all the black and white, this bright yellow bouquet is the only burst of color. He clasps his hands together and closes his eyes. At a barely noticeable angle, he aligns himself with the bouquet, silently reciting a eulogy. A familiar song begins. Talia stands at the very front of the hall, singing a dirge. Raphael opens his eyes. The dazzling sunlight passes through the fish tank, and the skeleton inside silently gazes at the sky in a forever frozen pose. He knows who Talia is singing for, just as she knows who Raphael came here for. Murderer! You're a murderer! As Raphael is about to leave, an elderly woman suddenly pushes through the crowd. She rushes out of the hall, pointing at his retreating figure, screaming at the top of her lungs. My boy was only 39. It was supposed to be a time for rebirth, a fresh start. But he died because of a stupid, frivolous painter. A painting that doesn't make any sense. Raphael, you killed my son. Like sharks smelling blood in the water, the reporter's cameras instantly surround him. The mourner in the darkened hall look on, excited, yet they also carry the right amount of regret. No one steps forward to intervene. The child who wants to go on an Arctic vacation watches with interest, standing on her tiptoes to take a lollipop from her mother. How sad. With her son dead, the anchor that held her up was taken by a dark tide. Raphael calmly looks around the room, full of cameras, and leaves. Chapter 5. Okay. Another week passes. Raphael slips away from his uninspiring new work and Thomas's repeated nagging to visit Talia in a small house in Verona. Talia is admiring a dress. It's one among countless other dresses that her new husband has designed for her. It's entirely black with just a stroke of white. Talia points at the black part of the dress. He said, "This is him." Then she points at the white. "And this is me." What do you think? Interesting, right? Raphael pours himself a glass of water and takes a sip without looking. Has he ever designed a wedding dress? What do you mean? Talia raises an eyebrow, then she smiles. No, but if you want to commission him, I can help you get a family discount. When Raphael leaves, Talia tosses him a small bouquet of flowers. He turns and catches them. I want to toss the bouquet to you that day, but you left early. This was what I had left. Raphael looks down at his hand. An unknown flower sits in his palm, reminding him of someone. On his way back, he sees many familiar faces among the Verona street performers. Those people stand amidst music, color, and dancing bubbles. They smile at him. Raphael remembers what Talia said at the wedding. Everyone was looking for an anchor. It's why they're still here. He waves back, hoping they can make their dream come true. Then he turns around and goes home. Chapter 6. Gloriosa. Are you tired from painting? You don't look so good. Charles wraps up the fiery flame lilies Raphael chose and hands them over. Are these also a gift? I think they suit you more. Great, Raphael takes the bouquet. I'm thinking of giving them to someone. Are you giving yourself away? Raphael never mentioned it, but Charles had a hunch a long time ago. There must be someone in his heart that he didn't want to mention. My garden is always open to you. He pats Raphael's shoulder, then sees him and his flame lilies off. The flowers are light, their weight in his hand almost non-existent. He walks for a long time after leaving the garden, but he still hasn't decided whether or not he should give this bouquet away. He hasn't come up with a good excuse either. When your own heart is devouring you, is there anything that can pull you back? He remembers the question Talia once asked and avoids the underlying meaning. Can this flame lily bouquet become his anchor? He's not sure. Under the night sky, the black waves haven't fully rolled in. For now, he still has a chance to get a good sleep, until he must face the never-ending tsunami in his dreams alone. So I find it very interesting that for the initial launch of World Underneath, Infeld chooses to place stories about both Zayne and Rafayel that show them in isolation. Even though they're surrounded by people, good people, people that do care about them, there is a wall between them. And while Raphael's is a different isolation, he plays the extrovert, he plays the affable artist, the aloof artist, the charmer, the Casanova, as I named him in my phone. There is an emotional wall. And I love that this story gives us an opportunity to see behind the mask in Rafayel, the loneliness, the grief, the longing, but also that burning ember of vengeance and anger and hatred for what happened to Whalefall Acropolis. All that blood and death and rage that we saw in To Our Yesterday. You see it peeking through here. You see it bleeding through underneath, but also his grief and longing for MC. He has pictures of her. He knows where she is. He's just not going to her. And it creates this emotional... Talia's doing her best. Talia is absolutely doing her best in her own way as a maternal adjacent figure to get Raphael to stop punishing himself in a way. But yeah, I find it very, very interesting. Very interesting that the themes that Infeld decided to open up with narratively is isolation. How before Zayne met MC, before Rafayel met MC, they're isolated, they're othered. Laquan, he went to the funeral of Raymond. Do you remember back at the beginning of the main story? Raymond is the head of Xander Sciences, and he had that big fancy house with the Lemurian skeleton in the living room. Raphael painted the painting in his room that killed him. The mother knows it. She knows, but she doesn't know. She's made the connection, but there's no way for her to prove any of that. We love Talia. Talia is one of my favorite NPCs. I adore her so much. But that's why. Yes, the lonely god, the lonely deity. There is this emptiness, this sadness before the appearance of MC. before she enters their lives, before she brings light and love and happiness and healing. They're both in this very dark place. Very dark place. Speaking of loneliness, May, darling, are you here? Are you lurking? Gird your loins, darling, because we're about to do story 4 from the stars, and as you can see, it's your darling. So we're gonna have to have a little Xavier tragedy, because if we're gonna talk about loneliness and isolation, we might as well keep this party going. These are such uplifting stories that I'm reading to you this fine Tuesday. Thanks for joining Voidside Chat for the Love and Depression episode. Oh my god. The fact that there are 14, 15 of you watching me on YouTube right now is mind-blowing. I hope you're enjoying this lovely reading. And as always, thank you to my Twitch folks. Dear God, this is not a very energetic stream. Yeah, it's the metaflux. There was metaflux in the painting. It was attracting wanderers. I know, Ibo. Yeah, I love depression. Oh, I know. I really hope we don't hurt Talia. All right. Let us continue this trend and this narrative. I think there's only... I feel like I should take a moment to apparently play the theme song for the stream, which is this.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
That apparently is today's theme, so welcome to Voidside Chat, where we are diving into love and depression, and we're reading through The World Underneath. I hope that my soothing voice has allowed you to body double me for chores or whatever, and thanks for continuing to hang out. If you are enjoying this stream and the dulcet sounds of my voice, and you have not followed me on Twitch or subscribed on YouTube, now's definitely the time, I promise. We're usually a bit more uplifting than this. Okay, here we go. Someone hold May's hand. We're gonna get through this. We just gotta do a little Xavier angst. So to all my starlights, my light seekers, here we go. Chapter 1. Sweeties. 2033. Summer. 1 salted egg yolk cheesecake and 1 chocolate chiffon cake. Jeremiah, standing by the counter of the Sweeties cake shop, leans slightly forward. His bright eyes follow the girl behind the counter. You've been coming here a lot recently, Jeremiah. Are you addicted to cakes now? Jeremiah's eyes dart around as he reveals a slightly goofy smile. Maybe. 2 boxes of beautifully wrapped cakes are placed in front of him. Jeremiah pays, then pushes the cheesecake back. This is for you. The girl is taken aback, a hint of surprise flickering across her face before she quickly recovers. If you keep doing this, my dad... my boss will say you're playing favorites. He'll be upset you're only treating me and not him. She turns to look at the middle-aged man behind her, who's busy decorating cakes with a piping bag. She turns back and shrugs at Jeremiah. It's a secret, then. Jeremiah whispers, leaning close. This is Jeremiah from the Planetary Shuttle Squad 2 requesting a secret cake exchange with Squad 1 member Bella. Please respond. Over. The girl chuckles, then quickly covers her mouth and whispers, Squad 1 Bella, message received. Beginning cake transfer over. Okay, Jeremiah, your friend is still outside. Don't keep him waiting. I'm going, Jeremiah says, his tone suddenly a little awkward. By the way, you haven't forgotten about the dinner at my house on Sunday, right? Ding, ding, ding. The door of the cake shop closes. Xavier, who had been waiting for a long time, glances at Jeremiah. I thought you said you couldn't get used to Earth food. Oh, Jeremiah says, waving his hand. I bought it for displaying purposes. Xavier raises an eyebrow. Before he can say the words Jeremiah knows is coming, Jeremiah quickly pats his shoulder. Come on, teach me how to make some Earth dishes. You've been researching recipes recently, right? They are so fucking precious. Jeremiah and Bella are adorable. And it's why it hurts so much more. Chapter 2. Home. Bella loves marigolds. I want her to see them when she comes over for dinner. Jeremiah says, holding a vase as he passes by Xavier. He peeks out from behind the orange blossoms. Where do you think I should put it? At the door, by the dining table, or on the balcony? After being asked the same thing for the 23rd time, Xavier glances at the door adorned with plants, then at the dining table surrounded by fresh flowers, and finally at the balcony that can only be described as a sea of flowers. I think there's no space left. Really? Baffled, Jeremiah looks around the house he rented a week ago. I didn't think it was this small when I saw it. You could hold it, Xavier suddenly says. Huh? Hold it and give it to her when you open the door. Jeremiah scratches his head. Oh, we're just friends. I don't want her to misunderstand. He turns to Xavier with a playful grin. Have you used this trick before? Xavier glances at him. What? What do you mean, what? Don't play dumb. Jeremiah nudges him. Xavier walks to the sofa, picks up a magazine, and sits down. Fine, don't tell me then. The oven in the kitchen signals the food is ready. Jeremiah insisted Xavier stay for the dinner he set up to greet his friend. His reason? It adds a human touch. Wearing oven mitts, he takes out the baked cheesy rice and sets it down in front of Xavier. Bella says that since we've met, we should mark a mark on each other's lives. Otherwise, there's no point in meeting. Suddenly, it starts pouring outside. Xavier stares at the drenched sky and silence envelops the room. Come on, help me taste this. I've been taste testing this for the past few days. I can't even tell if it's good or bad anymore. Xavier looks away from the window and scoops up some rice covered in cheese and tomato sauce. The spoon is connected to the bowl via a string of cheese. It's all right, needs a bit more salt. Really? Jeremiah frowns, eating a spoonful himself. Even after coming with the backtrackers to this place over 200 years ago, he still can't fully understand the diverse tastes of Earthlings. But since Xavier suggested it, there must be a reason. He nods. I'm just treating her to a meal. Thank you, I will take a sip of water. When Isaiah was looking for us before, she helped cover for me. I know nothing can happen between us. We don't age the way people here do. It wouldn't be fair. As Jeremiah eats, he rambles on, not even realizing the unease hidden in his voice. Don't worry, I don't have any ulterior motives. Besides, I haven't finished my main task yet. I'm the one who has to fix the spaceship's launcher, right? The rain outside is relentless. Through the window, the raindrops seem to be capable of piercing through anything. They crisply pitter-patter as they hit the glass. Xavier puts down his spoon, wipes his mouth, and stands up. Forget it. You haven't fixed it in 200 years. You might as well focus on dating. What? In a flash of light, Xavier disappears along with the newly modified accelerator Jeremiah had on the table. He sighs and takes the dishes back to the now empty kitchen. If someone told him hundreds of years ago, back when the Traceback 2 was riddled with holes from an asteroid as they were in cosmic turbulence, he would face the mundane problem of greasy dishes, he would have laughed. He understands Xavier's indifferent reaction. As the leader of the Backtrackers, Xavier must have seen more of his former companions leave compared to Jeremiah. Asteroids, turbulence, and the collapse of their wormholes couldn't tear Traceback 2's team apart. With Xavier there, they managed to break through the universe's most impregnable space-time barrier. Yet such an invincible team eventually dissolved in the mundane times of this era. From a loved one handing them flowers, the radio behind Jeremiah switches from its regular program to a new broadcast. The year isn't over yet, but we've already predicted that this will be the heaviest, most widespread rain. It's expected to end on Saturday. Sunday will be sunny. It will be perfect for a trip. Let's look forward to a wonderful weekend. Hi, Miz. Welcome to the stream. He turns off the TV and walks onto the flower-filled balcony. There's a tranquil sunset. No monsters, no fluctuations, and no need to fight the cosmos. Living like this is the reason why many people left the Backtrackers. Maybe those who left just missed home too much. Chapter 3. Waterfall Inside Forest. After leaving Jeremiah's fabricated home, Xavier walks under the moonlight to a secluded forest on the city outskirts. Behind the dense forest and the signal-blocking zone is the largest cosmic signal transmission and reception station. It was secretly built by Lincoln City. He could technically teleport to any place he had been before using his evol, but he always slows down when passing this signal station. The blue light on the top of the tower flickers, almost blending in with the starry sky. Apart from that, most of the buildings in the base aren't tall. They're sparsely scattered in the forest clearing. Occasionally, maintenance staff would walk around, their whispers echoing in the distance. These faint sounds are as comforting as the cosmic white noise they hear when they traveled through unfamiliar galaxies. His mind wanders back to the seemingly endless journey back when he slept in the hibernation pod. He hears deeper into the forest, through a pitch-black valley, walking until no buildings are visible. There, he reaches his destination, the crash site of Traceback 2. Only part of the wreckage is above ground. He pushes away the vines and places Jeremiah's accelerator into the launcher. He lights it with his evol. Little specks of light float from his hand into the leaves below. Soon, blue electricity starts flowing, and a cold mechanical noise echoes under the starry sky. He sits down in the pilot's seat, quietly waiting for the result. Fortunately, the forests in every space-time sound and smell the same. He closes his eyes, thinking about his home. Some say that from a higher dimensional perspective, time doesn't exist. The past, present, and future unfold in the same space. A person can only see the world before them because their eyes can only perceive the light projected from it. If this is true, then somewhere in the vast cosmos, there might exist a point where light from countless timelines converges. From there, one could see every star that ever existed. From the explosion of the universe to its eventual collapse, and witness every possible ending the world could take under an infinite number of choices. The mechanical roar subsides, leaving the forest in silence and darkness. It's hopeless without protocore energy. He collects his scattered thoughts and opens his eyes to a cascading waterfall of stars in the forest. He raises his hand as though he wants to catch them. If time really doesn't exist, then within this sea of stars before him, could he see Philos? And his and her little planet? Cool. Thanks, Xavier, for the angst. Love this for us. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Thanks, I hate it. And I love it. Oh my god. Take another sip of water for me. Chapter 4. Catastrophe. A year passes. Jeremiah still hasn't found a suitable power source to start the spaceship. The rented home gradually became his real home. After arriving in this era, several unwritten rules were formed among the backtrackers, such as changing residences regularly and avoiding unnecessary contact. After obtaining the identity of a normal person, Jeremiah loses all contact with Xavier. He did look for him many times privately, but in a way, he feels as though this fruitless search might be better. Whether it's because of the guilt or not wanting another traitor like Isaiah to trouble Xavier, he doesn't know. Besides, with his current appearance, gloves and an apron, he really wouldn't know what to say if he were to meet his former captain. His days drifting in Traceback 2 feel like a dream from a previous life. Jeremiah's biggest worry now is how to give Bella a ring and invite her to live in this home he built for her. But before he can come up with a satisfactory plan, a 3-day polar night begins. He had a bad feeling about it, all of which comes to fruition when, at 3 a.m. on the last day, he sees a wanderer. It pierces through the skyscrapers of Lincoln City like a meteor, shooting right through the psychological defenses of its citizens. People who have never seen such a monster are captured by death as they're enveloped in fear. They cry as they say their final goodbyes to family, friends, and lovers. Then, they're mercilessly crushed by a wanderer that somehow appeared behind them, becoming a handful of dust. When Jeremiah reaches Sweetie's cake shop, he only sees collapsed buildings and destroyed shop signs. In the ruins, a small marigold is buried under the rubble. He doesn't dwell on it for long, quickly realizing he's perhaps one of the few people who knows how to defeat these monsters. But when he tries to shatter the Wanderer's protocore, as he had done when he was part of the Order of Lightseekers, he finds no weapons at hand or within sight. This era is far behind the level of technology they had on Philos. His peaceful life has almost made him forget how to fight. As the monster's roar reaches his ears, he rolls over and watches helplessly as the marigold disintegrates in a dark blue energy wave. In the early days of the catastrophe, he briefly worked with Xavier in the most devastated areas. And standing in the middle of a severely damaged road, Xavier rescued a girl and disappeared soon after. Jeremiah knows that he must have found her. The disaster lasted much longer than anyone imagined. On January 1st, 2035, the Hunters Association was officially established. The president announces in the January 1 agreement that they may have to coexist with Wanderers. The newly rebuilt Azure Square broadcasts this historical moment on a giant holographic screen. Jeremiah is in the crowd when it plays. It feels as if an ancient spaceship has finally landed, and the real Traceback mission has just begun. Chapter 5. Philo. In 2037, Lincoln City mostly rebuilt itself at an almost incredible speed. After mastering the purification and the use of protocore energy, it's even more prosperous than before the disaster. Xavier walks around a corner and is hit by a floral scent. He looks up to see a flower shop called Philo. Its golden marigolds spill out onto the street. It's all very familiar. He vaguely remembers this used to be a cake shop. The shopkeeper, carrying a potted plant, pushes open the glass door. His greeting is caught in his throat at the sight of Xavier. I bought this place, so I'm living here now. The backyard is a greenhouse, and the third floor is a workspace. Jeremiah invites his long-lost friend into the shop and serves 2 cups of hot tea. The spaceship's launcher is, "Did she eat dinner at your place that weekend?" Xavier unexpectedly interrupts him with a long-lost memory, leaving Jeremiah somewhat at a loss. "Ah, you mean Bella." He scratches his head. "She did, and she immediately noticed that I rented the house. Bella said no one would clear out a house until it's only filled with flowers. She knew who I was from the start and said she saw me when she was a child. She also said she'd like to see my real home if she could." Jeremiah touches a small ring he wears on a necklace as he speaks. Then he tucks it back into his collar. "Enough about me. How are you? Do you need a new identity? I can get you one." Xavier shakes his head, walking over to a cluster of blue flowers. In the center of the 5 petals is a small yellow star. Wavy sea lavender. He hasn't seen one in a long time. I won't lie. I felt quite guilty these past 2 years. It seems like everyone had a reason to give up and leave halfway except you. Well, you did too. But you wouldn't because no one could replace you. We all thought that you'd still make it to the end, even if you were the only one left. It's cruel, but sometimes I think those of us who left early can live their lives in peace as long as you're still holding on. You can always choose what kind of life you want to lead, Xavier says softly. It's as if tiny suns illuminate the slightly wilted petals. Have you gotten used to Earth's food? Jeremiah stands up. Captain, can I come back? Xavier looks at him, seemingly thinking his question is unnecessary. Just do what you think is right. By the time Xavier leaves Philo, night has already enveloped the newly built Lincoln City. On the overpass, Xavier looks down at the endless stream of cars and hurried pedestrians. Everyone is absorbed in their journey, and not a single person pauses to gaze at the stars above. Of course it's late. Everyone is rushing home, like how all life ultimately returns to where it came from. No matter what he chooses, his fate always remains the same. Xavier, you already found her, right? So why don't you settle down somewhere? As he leaves, Jeremiah's words echo in his ears. His gaze falls on the distant cityscape. Over the years, the light pollution in Lincoln City has become increasingly severe, making it impossible to see anything. He remembers the waterfall of stars he had seen deep in the forest. That's his last memory of his distant homeland. Maybe, this time, he can settle down. If possible, he wants a place where he can see the stars. Such an uplifting thing. Praise be to the tiny god. On that tragic note, let me feed my cat. Thank you, miss. Hi, baby. This is from Mid. You need to do. You can't just swallow all of them. No, only those. You don't get the whole carton. Ms., your offerings have been accepted. You are blessed. May your poles give you your one true boy. And may Carter go fuck himself. May has ordered the Dark Knight King. Stay hydrated. The survivor's guilt is real. Absolutely mad. Like, the survivor guilt for Xavier is just... Woo! Woo! I'm so glad we started this journey on World Underneath. Woo! Just... Oh, I'm gonna cry for fucking Jeremiah and Bella. Like, the way they describe the marigold being crushed. No, not at the moment, Cookie. I might get to...
Emotional damage.
Yes, that is exactly the correct sound, Neko. I will eventually play Zayne's new card on stream. When we start diving into the memorias, as well as the tender moments and things. So that will happen, but not today. Today is about the world underneath. Lord. Story 5. And I will admit, I don't remember this one. I don't remember what Story 5 is about. So Story 5 is called Long Lost Treasures. But Lord, the Infold came in hard with the isolation. With the emotional and physical isolation theme. Dear God. But they also... I really think they wanted to show you what the lives of the boys was like before MC. Like, he did. He kept the ring, Davina. He kept the ring. Which is why it rips my heart out in 2 Hour Yesterday when he's running through and he holds the ring up like, Bella, look, it's my home. I was like, cool, I'm just going to lie down on the ground and fucking sob. It's fine. Like, Jesus Christ. Thanks, Infold. Love and depression. All the way. Okay, here we go. Next story, as I said, is Story 5, Long Lost Treasures. And we start with Chapter 1, Submerged Rock. And this will probably jog my memory on what's this about, but I don't remember out the gate. Oh, Raincoat. Okay. Yeah, no, I vaguely remember this. Raincoat is a little restless. He parks the car near an abandoned dock and gets out to open the trunk. An unconscious, frail man, tied up in the fetal position, lies inside. He's none other than Tony, an up-and-coming director who's currently the talk of the town in Lincoln City. He's worth billions and has mysteriously disappeared while writing his next movie script. He had set a limit for himself when he became a white glove for the Ever Group. Never target public figures. This had kept him hidden for many years. But now, he chuckles. He really should renegotiate his contract with Ever for dumping such a huge job on him. Putting on his gloves, Raincoat takes out a phone from Tony's body. He unlocks it with the man's finger and opens several recording apps, finally finding what he wants in voice memo. Every audio file has been renamed, probably for ease of access. Each can easily raise this rookie director's rank on Evergroup's execution list. It never ends well for people who know too much. Raincoat's finger hovers over the delete button. All he has to do is erase these recordings, throw the phone into the sea, and dispose of this man. Then his job will be over. But an idea springs into his mind. He plays the first audio. Chapter 2. Audio file number 1. Mo Art Studio. 5:13. That'd be great if you don't mind. Recording is a habit of mine I picked up at work. It's hard to keep up with the conversation if you only take notes. Did Thomas tell you? The Deepspace Academy introduced me before. Our team is preparing a fantasy-themed film. We want to use Lemuria as the setting. They said you're an expert in Lemuria and you just returned from a trip. Deepspace Academy thinks too highly of me. I'm just a painter. I don't know anything about Lemuria. There's no need to be so humble, Mr. Rafayel. I've seen your paintings. The oceans in your work feel alive. It's very unique. Those are just normal pieces. Forget about them. Anyway, speaking of the Deepspace Academy, I heard they recently organized an archaeological team to find the ruins of Lemuria. Why don't you ask them? They should know more than me. They might not tell you much, though. I heard things didn't go too well for them. Anyway, I have stuff to do, so I can't see you off. Bye, Tony. Oh, Rafi's gonna kill you. Chapter 3. Audio file number 2. Disappearance. 10:41. The archaeological team? Ah, you got the wrong person, Director Tony. I'm just a handyman. I stayed on the ship and organized the relics during the exploration. I never dived. I really don't know the specifics, and I can only tell you what I saw. The day our ship arrived on the 20th, I think, Miss Eleanor was the team leader. Her, Fred, Yennefer, and Professor Sean all went down in the submersible. We set up underwater archaeological bases before, the kind we can stay in for several days. Communication with the surface had always been fine. The plan was to finish and come back on the 4th, but you wouldn't have guessed what happened. The submersible didn't come back until the 11th, a whole week, you see. I wanted to know what happened, but the Deepspace Academy kept everything all hush-hush. Everyone thought that was the end of it, but the day after I heard... Come closer, Tony. We gotta keep our voices down. I heard Miss Eleanor and Fred left the Deepspace Academy after an argument. They were both senior members, so them leaving caused quite a stir, and on the 3rd day, Yennefer disappeared too. Spooky, huh? It gets worse. The afternoon when I was clearing up her camera, I found a deleted video clip. Privately altering archaeological records is against the rules, so I immediately tried to contact her, but I just couldn't reach her. I tried contacting the others, and only Professor Sean answered. He sounded weird, not energetic at all, and as soon as I mentioned archaeology, he hung up. Oh, would you look at the time? I gotta go. I have lots of reports to catch up on because of that video. I'm super busy. Goodbye, Director Tony. I hope your movie is a box office hit. New audio clip memo 1. I was just looking for source material for the film. I didn't expect to uncover mysterious events involving the archaeological team. I pulled some favors and looked into it. Turns out Eleanor, Fred, and Yennefer didn't just disappear. They vanished off the face of the earth. It could be because I don't have any investigative skills, but none of them have been home. They haven't responded to messages or answered any calls. No one's seen them leave their houses. It's all too suspicious. Creating a Lemurian mystery movie might be better. Missing archaeologists, deleted underwater footage, secrets of the ocean floor. That's quite a synopsis. If I can find out more, I'll have a direction for my script. I need to contact Professor Sean as soon as possible. If he's gone, I'll lose my leads. He really did want to just make Atlantis. And Tony is a bit of a damn idiot. Chapter 4. Audio file number 3. Blue Fish. 3137. Sound of a door opening. Tony? Professor Sean, it's an honor to meet you. Are you going on a trip? You're all packed up. I hope I'm not bothering you or anything. No, I'm not. You don't need to address me as professor either. I'm no longer with the Deepspace Academy. Come in. Thank you. I'll get straight to the point then, Mr. Sean. I'm here about the matter of Lemuria. My team is... I have nothing to say. Everything is recorded in the exploration report. You can ask for it from the Deepspace Academy. I read it already, but I'd rather have a first-hand account for someone who was actually there. It's better for the script. That's why I want to hear your experience when you explored the ruins of Lemuria, Mr. Sean. Is this a test to see if I'm lying or not? I'm a director, not a detective. I can't tell. This is all for the movie script. Even the greatest fairy tales need to be based on reality. Reality? Oh, my sense of reality has changed because of my time in Lemuria. How so? Some things I didn't write in the report because no one would believe them. But if you're making a movie, then pretend everything I say is a story. Please, go on. On the 20th, the day the submersible went underwater, we found a whirlpool. Our navigation and communication equipment malfunctioned, and we lost our way as well as our courage. We struggled for a long time. We were about to give up when, out of nowhere, a school of blue fish appeared. It was a miracle. They must have been messengers from Lemuria that heard our desperation and came to our rescue. They guided us to the ruins. A school of blue fish led you to the ruins? It sounds unbelievable, doesn't it? Even though it happened, recalling it feels like a dream. But in the vast, unnavigable ocean was everything beyond our current scientific understanding. Excuse me for asking this, but have you taken any medication recently, Mr. Sean? It's fine if you don't believe me, but please don't doubt what I've seen. No, I'm not. It's just not everyone gets to witness miracles. It's better safe than sorry. Please continue. I'd love to hear more about the blue fish. The life there is sentient. Those blue fish accompanied us throughout our trip. They were our guides, beacons, companions, and emotional support. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see them. Is it possible that these fish are some sort of Lemurian machines, like specifically designed for leading the way or for some other purpose? No, absolutely not. They were real fish with their own thoughts and feelings, not machines. Fish have feelings? Why would you think that, Mr. Sean? I'm just speculating. There's no particular reason. Okay, let's move on. Could you describe in detail what happened after you entered the ruins? I don't really remember what happened after that. All I can say is we saw someone in Lemuria. As in another member of the archaeological team? No, but he was dressed just like us. You mean a fifth person appeared underwater? I'm not sure. I don't know. Anyway, I can't say anymore. You should go. Mr. Sean, I'm sorry for barging in today. Before I go, though, I have one last question. According to the ship's report, they never lost communication with you. If your communicators were malfunctioning from the start, then who were they getting signals from? Sound of a door closing. New audio clip, Memo 2. The School of Blue Fish makes for a nice visual reference. Professor Sean's account does seem genuine. I don't think he was lying, but who is this fifth person he mentioned? And what does he mean by dressed like us? This is strange. There are 3 of them are missing, and the remaining one is packing his bags and leaving. Something must have happened. At least the video is close to being restored. Hopefully I can get more from that. Chapter 5, audio number 4, Shadow Underneath, 7:51. Hey Tony, it's been 2 years since the last time we talked. You're a pretty good friend, only remembering me when you need something. On top of that, it's such a difficult task. Do you think IT guys don't have lives? Anyway, whoever deleted this video is really skilled. Do you know how long it took me to restore it? I put off 3 big projects, worked day and night fiddling with this camera, and only managed to restore 1 frame. What's with that face? 1 frame is my limit. The memory card was tampered with. I'm self-taught, so I have no idea how to handle such high-end tech. This is the best I can do. Here's the phone, too. I restored the call history for you. Whoever had this phone before talks really loud. It hurt my ears. Okay, I'll shut up. But you better treat me to lunch sometime. I should be compensated one way or another for my work. New audio clip memo 3. I've seen the restored footage. The 5th person who was dressed like them. It was a skeleton. I really wish it was clearer. Wait, is the skeleton holding a weapon? It looks like a protocore weapon. What's going on? Our protocore weapons were only invented in the last decade or so. How could this one have appeared in the ruins of Lemuria? Is it possible the underwater city didn't sink naturally? This is fantastic news. No wonder the video was deleted, right? There's Fred's phone. Audio file number 5. Conflict, Chapter 6. Frederick to Eleanor, 9:18. Hello? Why aren't you answering your phone, Eleanor? I don't care what you're up to. I'm definitely leaving. Nothing ever goes well when it comes to Lemuria. Of course I have no shame. Those protocore weapons had nothing to do with us, but this matter implicates the Ever Group. Do you think we can handle them? And you felt it too. People have been stalking us ever since we left Lemuria. Sean and Yennefer are naive to think it's Lemuria's god, but you don't seriously believe that nonsense, do you? I'm telling you, someone's spying on us. The video has been deleted. We left the Deepspace Academy, and we've been hiding every day since. We've gone to such great lengths to avoid being captured. So why can't you change your mind? Eleanor, you're endangering our lives if you keep looking into Lemuria. Sure, you can say you did everything and none of us were involved, but would the people from Ever believe you? Don't be an idiot. If you still have a brain, leave the Deepspace Academy like the rest of us. Forget about everything related to Lemuria. New audio clip, Memo 4. Fred thinks Ever were the ones stalking them in the ocean? That's impossible. Why would Ever need to tail them? It's the deep sea. It's pointless. And Fred clearly said he was going to leave, but now he's missing. Did he disappear on his own, or did Ever... Ha! Law and Order, just a fool's dream. Tony, what a coincidence. Didn't expect to see you here. Did you want to talk about Lemuria? Who are you? Ah! Sorry, I couldn't help myself. The clip ends with a cacophony of noise. Then a notification pops up on the screen. End of recording. He had dug up the protocore weapon buried deep within the ruins. No wonder he got an Ever's execution list. Raincoat loosened his tie. Just as he's about to toss the phone back into the trunk, a flame materializes on his palm. The phone's shattered screen crackles in the firelight. Nice! I got both the person and evidence in one go. The voice is as silky as brocade. He turns around to see someone in a suit and leather shoes approaching him from the far end of the dock. No wonder you're still alive and working with Ever despite uncovering so many secrets. The scent of the ocean brushes past him. Raincoat freezes, his mind racing. Behind him is the sea. While he's been looking at where the man is standing, Could he have come from the sea? Are you Raphael? Putting two and two together, he makes an educated guess. You know, this Tony guy is really unlucky to get on a hit list for a film. And you're right about how it's dangerous to know too much. Raphael sits down next to the trunk, sighing at the sight of the director being bound and gagged. He turns and glances at Raincoat's hands. The same goes for you. The more dirty the work you do, the less you can hold on to these gloves, yeah? Raincoat understands. He knows a lot more about Ever than Tony. Who knows, he might be next. This mysterious artist, who recently returned to the country, has countless connections with Lemuria. His sudden appearance here isn't just to sigh and say hello. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Raphael. Do you have any advice? Well, since you're just in this for the money, why don't you work for me and give yourself a way out? What do you want? Raphael looks out at the ocean, his gaze seeming penetrating the depths of the water. Ever has an execution list. Those on it either die or disappear. I want a copy, for it to be destroyed, add a few more names to it. Raincoat waits for Raphael to make a request, but then he mentions a single name. A girl? If her name's on the list, then give everything about her to me. He's just a pawn. The complete list only exists in the hands of that person, watching Raphael's confident demeanor. It's evident he knows the trading partner isn't Raincoat himself. After weighing his options for a moment, Raincoat feels like this is a good deal. After careful consideration, he handed an address to Raphael. Mr. Raphael, someone will be waiting for you here tomorrow night. Whether you can obtain the list depends on your negotiation skills. The nest? Raphael glanced at the address briefly before conjuring a flame in his palm and devouring it. The lights there are blinding. Doesn't the person behind you feel the same? Raincoat didn't respond and changed the topic. Is the girl on the list your enemy? I'm just an artist. I don't have enemies. She's my lover, you know. It's almost hard to believe his honesty, but Raincoat has no intention of delving into the artist's confusing life. You're more than just an artist, Mr. Raphael. By the way, did you know you're also on the list? You're ranked 6th. Raphael doesn't say anything about it. He just frowns discontent. Seriously? What do I have? Why do I have such a low rank? I thought I'd be first. As Raphael's nonchalant attitude, a curious inkling begins to form in Raincoat's mind. He thinks of the mysterious deaths, the rumored sea monster murders that once shook other cities. Then, he thinks of the many outsiders the Evergroup called research samples that he and other Raincoats had dealt with. After thinking for a few seconds, Raincoat calmly asks, Mr. Raphael, I presume you have your own list. What's my ranking? Raphael waves his hand. You won't make it onto my list for a while. Maybe one day, though. By the way, let the director go when he wakes up. It's better if you have less blood on your hands. Raincoat shrugs. Then here's a successful partnership. Should we shake hands? I need my hands for painting, so no. Raphael shakes his head, stands up, and walks away. After a few seconds, he stops as if remembering something. He stares at the raincoat on Raincoat. This doesn't suit you. He waves and completely disappears from Raincoat's sight. Raincoat is silent for a long time. Then he removes his wrists to put the hood on. I just bought it yesterday. I love when we get Assassin Raphael. Like, It's so easy to forget that Raphael is a killer, is a stone cold killer. Like, he hunts, he kills, and he takes his revenge. And then he just wants to get plushies on the crane game for his girl, like the multitudes. But I love when we get these peeks into that side of his personality. And I also love in the main story and in the more recent cards, we're starting to get a little bit more of that side of him, especially with MC. Not that he's mad at MC or trying to harm MC, but more that he's starting to let her see that part of him. The violent side, the angrier side, the predator portion of himself. And I love that she stands there and just holds his hand. Doesn't judge his bloody revenge. Just holds his hand through it. Like, she accepts the violence in his nature. And that line that the sea can be cruel. Because Raphael is the sea. The sea can be kind and the sea could be cruel. It is as it is. It is nature. And to love Raphael is to love the sea. And to love the sea, you must love its kindness and its cruelty. And that is not an easy life or an easy love. From my perspective, as I wax poetic. Ugh, I need another sip of water. Ugh, so much reading. We're doing good, though. We're at 5 stories. Let's see, how many total are there? I forget. So we've made it to 30. Okay. Boop, 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 ba-doo. Boop, ba-doo. Boop, ba-doo. Okay. Story number 6, Sealed in Dust. Chapter 1, Whispers. The door is slightly ajar. A young man wearing a duckbill cap snorts, pushing the door open with a finger. His steps kick up dust, and the sound of his shoes hitting the ground echoes in the empty room. At the window, a man in a raincoat turns his head when he hears the noise. He pulls back his pointed hood. Long time no see. You look older now. Have you gone blind as you kept an eye on Ever? The man with the duckbill cap retorts, his voice surprisingly old-sounding compared to his appearance. He hands over a black briefcase. Here are the goods. An explosion site's striking scent still lingers, rushing into his nose. The man in the raincoat frowns. He pulls out a clean handkerchief from his pocket and wraps it around his hand to pinch a corner of the briefcase. He gives it a couple of shakes before opening it. 4 slightly yellowed pages unfold before him. They quietly tell a story from 14 years ago. Chapter 2, Unicorn. Subject Anomalies Record. Recorder, Josephine, Gaia Research Center, Unicorn Team, Researcher, Team Leader. Date, Observation number 5, Day 42. Anomalies. Subject 001 regained vital signs after death. Details. Subject 001. Female. Evol. Anhausen class. Day 41 of observation. 2 a.m. For reasons unknown, suspected to be a researcher's mishandling of the subject's energy values rapidly increased and peaked at 2:39 a.m. It resulted in a powerful energy burst within her body. No casualties or equipment was damaged. All vital signs disappeared after the explosion. Day 42 of observation. Today, 4 p.m. Vital sign monitors suddenly restarted and slowly transmitted data again. Heart rate, breathing, and brain activity resumed. Not only did subject 001 appear to be alive again, but energy values also returned to normal. A comprehensive physical examination revealed a newly created, unidentified substance in her heart. Experiment notes. Last night's incident was like watching a planet evolve and be reborn via explosion. The substance in her heart is composed of an unknown element. We've never seen it before. When the data was released, the team applauded and cheered, but I wasn't as excited as I imagined myself to be. My intense curiosity overshadowed the joy of achievement. If she has a non-existent element, then what kind of existence is she? Outside the observation room, Phil asked what we should call this element before we had the right to name it. Everyone gathered around him, and Aether became the most popular, irresistible candidate. Using that, the unidentified object in her heart composed of Aether was dubbed an Aether core. After calming down from the excitement, we began to look at her resurrection. Phil quietly asked me if this could be considered a resurrection from death. Everyone knew very well that the best way to study her resurrection was to kill her again. If she woke up once more, then we can confirm that she's truly a unique miracle of life in this research center. She's just like a mythical creature long sought after and believed to exist only in our imagination. A unicorn. A fantastical, beautiful creature. A box for collecting votes was placed in the corner of the lab. I passed by it several times, unable to give a vote of approval. I know experimentation is a necessary process. She holds too many secrets that are worth researching and carries an unpredictable amount of energy. Yet despite my desire for knowledge, I still can't ignore the fact that she's a child. Chapter 3, Observation Log. Observer, Josephine. Entry number 1. Unicorn became the child's name in various reports, replacing the cold designation of Subject 001. Only Phil insisted on calling her Little Bomb. She was like a newborn creature, exploring the world every day using only primitive instincts. After her resurrection, her cognition and memory of previous life were erased. To reassess her abilities, I gave her picture books and cards with words. She quickly passed my test with flying colors, performing better than children at her age. She absorbed and understood information faster and more thoroughly. If she were in school, she could easily be a 5th grade student. Entry number 2. In terms of the EVOL experiment, we could only hypothesize from a numerical perspective. Before she used EVOL of her own accord, no one could be sure how the resonance EVOL would manifest. She only, only once did she use resonance unconsciously. The target and range were unclear. Phil has the acoustic transmission EVOL. That day, everyone heard him talking on the phone with his girlfriend as if he were a broadcaster. Entry number 3. Following the voting results, we began our experiment to kill Unicorn in an observation unit yesterday. We also prepared emergency measures. The same situation repeated itself. The energy inside her was stimulated to peak faster than last time, which led to a more intense energy burst. It even spread outside the observation unit. Subsequently, all vital signs disappeared and she entered a state of death, as we typically understood it. The shrill alarm of the life detector went off, and I realized my right hand had been tightly clutching the back of my left hand. My forehead was also covered in sweat. I was worried the child would never wake up again. But in this research center, being attached to a test subject is prohibited. This morning, under the Aether Core's influence, she opened her eyes again as expected. Phil breathed a sigh of relief. So did I. I wanted to apologize to the child, but I knew that for her, who had woken up again, the world was a brand new place. She doesn't remember any of us. However, what was more intriguing than her blank slate of emotional state was the Aether Core's energy in her heart. With the reawakening of her consciousness, it had become stronger. Chapter 4, Post-Catastrophe Journal, Day 49. Post-Chronoshift Catastrophe. Sunny observations on Unicorn had yet to enter Phase 6 when the Chronoshift Catastrophe changed the world. The Gaia Research Center couldn't escape the destruction. When I was rescued from the ruins, the child was nowhere to be seen. She might have escaped when the observation unit was smashed. The Evol police who helped in the rescue efforts said they hadn't seen the child I described. I imagined many possibilities, but I was certain she was alive. Days after the disaster, I finally found her in a shelter. When I took her hand, I heard her call me Grandma. I never taught her that term, nor has she ever called me that. She didn't recognize me either. The days in the research center had once again disappeared from her memory, yet the seemingly instinctual trust and closeness she showed made me feel as if those forgotten days were always there, invisibly linking us together. I asked her if she wanted to come home with me. She smiled and nodded. In the research center, the moment I pushed her into the observation unit felt like a horrible nightmare. Now, holding her soft hand felt like I grasped a redemption bestowed by fate. Day 75, Post-Chronoshift Catastrophe. Sunny, our lives has calmed down, yet she still forgets things from time to time. Her memory is like a faint signal, intermittent and sometimes wavering. So I took on the responsibility of a true guardian and cared for her. I don't know how to describe my current feelings. I never had children, nor did I ever imagine having relatives. It's always been just me at home. But with her things have started to change. And now we know that ... and is a way they leave it open for Caleb. Chapter 5, Journal Entry Number 4. Day 134. Post-Chronoshift Catastrophe. Sunny. Her condition has improved a lot recently. She's less likely to forget things. Perhaps it's because her condition is stabilizing, but I'm still worried and want to check her and the Aether Core. However, I'm unable to contact the researchers who knew of her existence back then, including Phil. Strange. Maybe Ever's research center called them, or I don't know. Looking back, Ever's investment in Gaia wasn't simple research. Our life form observation project was not just for observation. There must be a bigger scheme. At this point, the only person who I can turn to is Dr. Noah. In the field of cardiology, he's the leading expert and the only one I can still trust. The data after the checkup shows the energy peak in her heart is only half of what it used to be. What happened to this child when she faced the Chronoshift catastrophe alone? When I subtly asked her, she just shook her head, showing neither pain nor sadness on her face. Seeing her reaction, I suddenly felt that maybe forgetting isn't such a bad thing for her. Chapter 6. Dust. Is this it? Having gone through all the pages, the man in a raincoat appears slightly unsatisfied. Don't be too greedy, the man with the duckbill cap snarled. This is enough for you to confirm her identity and role. You silenced Josephine and retrieved the research material from back then. Good work. The man in a raincoat tosses a vial to the hat-wearing man. Then he tucks the pages into his bag and returns the briefcase with a 2-finger push. It stinks. Be careful walking around with it, otherwise sharp-nosed hunters might follow its scent back to you. Then you better be careful with your handkerchief. When it's tainted with that, you won't make it out either. After checking that drug is the correct one, the hat-wearing man's lip curls into a smirk, his old voice trembling slightly with excitement. When are you planning to make your move? Why should we rush? Her powers aren't complete yet. Besides, the man in a raincoat pauses, glancing outside the window. Your Prince Xavier has been glued to her side watching over her, right? I've been curious for a while. Do people still practice feudalism where you're from? Isn't that regression in a sense? Xavier can only guard her for so long. He's too busy dealing with his own issues, the hat-wearing man says, eagerly stepping forward. Don't say I didn't warn you. It's not just Ever who wants her. Strike first to gain advantage. The one who strikes first is helping her cultivation. The man in a raincoat ignores him, pulling the hood over his head again. If you can get rid of Xavier in the process, you'd be doing us a big favor. Isn't internal struggle your specialty? Kill Xavier and let Ever crown you as a prince. Arrogant laughter is abruptly cut off as a thin beam of light cuts his neck. Blood spills out as a wrinkled hand grabs his throat and lifts him up. I can't kill Xavier, but I can do more than deal with a 2-legged carbon-based monkey like you. You kill me then. But how long can you survive in this era? The man in a raincoat faintly smiles, his trembling fingers pointing at the drug in the hat-wearing man's hand. Then a scoff resounds near his ear. He's thrown into a corner. Tell your masters that they better get their hands on her fast. Based on my experience, her existence isn't as simple as the observation records suggest. The man lowers his hat and turns to leave. If you keep stalling, Ever will end up losing more than they bargained for once she develops. Footsteps fade in the distance. The door is slammed shut, leaving the man who's wearing a raincoat lying in the rubble. Acting all high and mighty. Backtracker's my ass. By seniority, I'm your ancestor. He staggers to his feet, brushing off the dust on him. Fortunately, the substance mixed in the drug hasn't been discovered yet. According to Ever's plan, if they can control that backtracker with the drug, then controlling Xavier shouldn't be far off. He will soon beat other raincoats and join the real plan. Ever Group has always valued talent such as a useful light blade. They can't let it break so easily. Since Unicorn's power isn't complete yet, it's perfectly fine to let her absorb some power. Xavier's specifically. Letting his light blade serve her and become the strongest weapon in her hand is something the Resonance Evol can easily achieve. Xavier will surely give her every bit of himself. With these thoughts, the man wearing a raincoat can't help but be moved, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of his eye. Love truly is a wonderful thing. You know, you want to think Isaiah, but I don't think it's Isaiah. I don't think it's Isaiah, and I don't think it's Soren. I think this is a different backtracker. Because what we're also implying here is this backtracker is the one that blew up the house and killed Grandma. No, I don't think Raincoat is a backtracker. I think that the duckbill guy is the backtracker. That's the backtracker, is the duckbill guy. The Raincoat is just another dude trying to get up in Ever's hierarchy, if I'm understanding this story correctly. But what we just met was the person who killed Grandma and is responsible for Caleb's bad day. Levi, welcome back. How was work? But yeah, so clearly, so this begs the question, was Josephine, from what we know of Caleb's very bad day, Caleb said he had to make a choice between MC and Josephine and chose to wrap his evil around MC, which is 2 + 2 is 4. That's not surprising. But it implies he stole the goods, set the bomb to cover the tracks, and tried to killed Josephine in the process, and then MC and Caleb got caught as collateral damage. But here, let me back up. Because this Xavier is a prince. I don't think this is Isaiah. Don't be greedy. Yeah, your Prince Xavier, so they refer to Xavier as a prince. It says, so you specialize, isn't internal struggle your specialty? Kill Xavier and let Ever crown you as a prince. I don't think he's a prince. I think what the Raincoat Man is implying is that if you kill Xavier, then Ever will make you a prince. We will ascend your position, make you the prince. I don't think this is implying that this person is already a crown prince, ergo Isaiah. I think this is just more of a, this is the, you can become the leader. You can have all the power. Just kill Xavier for us. That's, that, and also, here's the other thing. Isaiah's sentence structure is not, this is not Isaiah's sentence structure. I'm about to give Iris flashbacks to last night and early this morning. Isaiah's sentence structure and his vocabulary is distinct. I'm not seeing this here. It doesn't read as Isaiah to me. It just reads as a backtracker. Now, we don't have names for everybody, to be fair. We do not have names of every single backtracker. We don't know how many people of the royal family joined this crusade. We know Xavier, Crown Prince, Isaiah, his brother. There could have been someone else in there. All backtrackers use the light blade. So it's not that this person has the light evil. It's that backtrackers can use the light blade. That's why they're called the light seekers. I don't have numbers on the backtrackers. I don't know how many there are at the moment. What we do know is there's Xavier, there's Isaiah, Jeremiah, Soren, that's 4, Sully, that's 5. Then you have the 3 unnamed backtrackers. So that's 8. We have at least 8. Yeah, it's not Hoyt. It's not the cadence is wrong for it to be Isaiah. I don't think this is Isaiah. Also, the description doesn't wholly match. But we do have... It could be Soren. But Soren seems to be higher up in the Ever hierarchy than this. So this is number 9. This is guy number 9. Unless this is Soren. Hold on. Is my math right? Xavier, Jeremiah, Isaiah, Soren, Sully. That's 5. Plus the 3 that don't have a name but were voiced. That's 8. And if this person here isn't Soren, and I don't think it's Isaiah, then we have 9. So we probably are looking at least, I'll say 10 minimum. Rainbow, Lightseeker. Yeah, there were different houses. So I don't take this as an implication when he says make you a prince. I don't take this as an implication that this is Isaiah. I'm taking this as an implication more about power dynamics and rewards. And just kind of that reward of, if you take out this thorn in our side, we will raise you up and give you more power. And then you can be the leader and you can make decisions and la, 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 la. Though the insult, the carbon-based life form, that's as close as I can get to it possibly being Isaiah. But even then, it doesn't read like Isaiah to me, in a way. I could be wholly wrong. Like, if we go back, back up. So it's described as a young man wearing a duckbill cap snorts, pushing the door open with a finger. His step kicks up dust, and the sound of his shoes hitting the ground echoes in the empty room. Long time no see, you look older now. Have you gone blind as you kept an eye on Ever? The retorts do come across a bit like Isaiah, but Isaiah's not the only contentious person in existence. But I can see it. And that would certainly be one hell of a twist. But given Isaiah's reactions and actions into our yesterday, but he did put up one hell of a fight before converting, and he did disintegrate. You could almost read Isaiah's what's the word I'm looking for? Not devolving state as almost like rehab and coming off a drug, because they're clearly trying to get this guy addicted to a particular drug. I don't know. I'm not fully convinced on it being Isaiah. That would certainly be one fucking hell of a twist. But I can see it. But there is a level of arrogance to some of the backtrackers that wouldn't surprise me. Even Soren was an arrogant ass about being a backtracker versus humans. Yes, that's why I was saying the 3 unnamed. Because you've got the named backtrackers. Right now, the named backtrackers are Xavier, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Soren, and Sully. Those are the named backtrackers. And then we have the 3 unnamed backtrackers. And that's, which brings it to 8. Yeah, it was 2 women and a bloke. So I'm going to say plus, and then possibly this one. That's why I'm saying I'm thinking there's at least 10 backtrackers, bare minimum, I think. But yeah. What do we think? Would we like one more story, children? Would you like me to read to you one last story before we call it a day today? Because it would be chapter 7 with light. Key says, yeah, one more story. What do we think, YouTube? One more story? Okay, one more story. Story 7 with light. Chapter 1, a more important matter. The office is quiet as night falls. Tara tiptoes past empty desks, her eyes drawn by that faint hum of electronics to a bunch of old monitors in the corner. Nero, she whispers. Everyone's at the team building retreat. Why don't you join them? Tara taps the back of a monitor and leans against the window. She crosses her arms. After a second passes, the screen flickers as a single word is heard. I told Andrew that if you showed up, you'd be buried in brand new Wanderer data for the next month, and you'd even get to visit the Wanderer Sampling Center in person. He was willing to give his seal of approval. The response wavers this time. Tara can't help feel more confident. There's a team building event tonight, and Tara's on a mission. A bet, actually. The prize? Afternoon tea with the loser paying for a mountain of fees. Everyone's convinced Nero, the opposite of a social butterfly, won't show up. Everyone, except Tara. She believes she has the knack for persuasion, and with Andrew on her side, her odds are looking good. It's such a good opportunity to bond with people. You'd be crazy to miss it. 3, 2, Half of Nero's face peeks out from behind monitors. Terror and excitement hilariously battle each other in his eyes. Just as victory seems within reach, a notification erupts from his phone. Nero grabs it, his face draining of color as he reads it. No, I'm not going. Tara's smile evaporates as Nero makes a beeline for the exit. What could possibly be more important than a chance to see a rare wanderer closely? The answer arrives like a fly on her phone. A notification pops up from the group chat called Spilling Tea, and it's a bombshell. Lincoln citizens are holding another poll for their top 10 hunters. After 7 days, will that man still reign supreme as the strongest hunter? The pieces fall into place for Tara. When it comes to Nero, there is only one thing that takes higher priority than a visit to a wanderer. His unwavering worship of Lumiere, the legendary hunter. Chapter 2, Sleepless Friday Night, 7:28 p.m. Nero slams the door to his home, turns on his computer, and rubs his hands together in anticipation. There are 32 minutes left until Lumiere's voting begins. He could easily rig the whole thing with his tech skills, but that's not how he works. Nero believes in the awesome power of light itself. Suddenly, a series of swooshes pierces the air. Nero jumps. It's the unmistakable ringtone from his phone, the iconic sound effect of Hunter Lux's entrance straight from Super Hunter Lex Special. It's time to begin his alter ego, the leader of Lumiere's ultimate fan site. Chief, it's a disaster. The site's been hacked. Quantum Bro, another rumor mill is starting. Lumiere hater attack. Chief, check the top comment. Nero opens the meticulously maintained Light Chaser's website, his heart sinking as unfamiliar posts appears on the homepage. A deep breath buys him a moment to compose himself. He is a warrior preparing to face a great adversary. A troll. The post is a monstrosity. An indiscernible figure wearing a Lumiere outfit lurks in the dark corners of a grimy N109 zone alleyway. That unmistakable mask leaves no doubt about who it is. Lumiere. Bold text screams across the top of the page. Lumiere, the deceiver unmasked, his 7 sins revealed. The first sin is deception. Tragic. Where's the ultimate beauty beneath the mask? Here's the security footage. A burst of light transforms into a hooded figure near a florist's. It's enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. After all, anyone with the light evol is incredibly rare, and this hooded guy has the same physique as Lumiere. It's uncanny, and when he lowered his hood, he had a face etched with wrinkles. It's a stark contrast to the youthful image of Lumiere that everyone imagined. Decades of heroism should leave him middle-aged at least, right? Still. A blurry video sits below the text, the wrinkles catching the street lights, illumination. Yeah, let me try this again and take a sip of water. Once more with feeling. A blurry video sits below the text. Thank you, Frost. The wrinkles catching the street lights' illumination in a way that makes Nero shudder. Voting is only a few minutes away. Nero springs into action. His fingers fly across the keyboard, bypassing the city's security system to access the raw footage from that location. The Light Chaser flashes a confident smile. As the revered leader of the Light Chaser's website, his data wrangling skills are legendary, even though he never shows up for their offline meets. A calming message flashes across the site. It's okay, everyone. I'm on the case. Quantum Socialite. Actually, a frame-by-frame analysis confirms that geezer in the video isn't Lumiere. Here's why. 1. It's clear he's built different. Lumiere's got a superior physique. 2. This guy walks like a sack of potatoes compared to Lumiere's graceful movements. 3. And here's a deep dive into the evol particle readings. The colors and amplitude aren't even close to Lumiere's signature. Check the pinned video for the full breakdown. Truth prevails. 4 a.m. Nero, sporting some serious eye bags, finally catches a glimpse of dawn light seeping through the curtains. Exhaustion crashes over him like a welcoming wave after he spent the night defending his hero. A small smile graces his lips. Justice was served. Chapter 3. The introvert bites back. The second sin is pride. Ridiculous. Does Lumiere even care? A new day, a new sin to expose. Let's hear what this old light chaser has to say. Here's a disgruntled voice, disguised by a voice changer, ranting about a night of dashed hopes. That year, an insider tip promised Lumiere's appearance at the grand opening of Azure Square. Thousands of fans shivered in the spring chill, only to be left disappointed. This self-absorbed guy doesn't deserve their devotion. A memory flickers to life. Nero, a scrawny 10-year-old back when the high-speed railway was a dream, remembers his dad planning a grueling 7 to 8 hour drive to Lincoln City. According to a rumor, Lumiere would appear at Azure Square, but the Hunters Association dispelled this rumor, so he stayed at home. Something was off. Even the association wouldn't have Lumiere's personal info. Where did this insider tip come from? Nero activates his expert mode and scours the web for traces of this old rumor. Finally, buried in an outdated private forum's back-end database, he stumbles upon a message. We must construct the illusion of truth, spread the rumor, and we can force Lumiere to show up. Quantum Socialite. Actually, the Hunters Association issued a notice 3 days before the opening. They said Lumiere wouldn't be attending. It's still on their website. Now, let's talk about real pride. These chat logs clearly show people were spreading rumors even after the official announcement. They were basically trying to guilt trip Lumiere's fans into forcing him to appear. Those people don't deserve to be light chasers. Just as Nero wraps up his digital investigation, a blast from the past pops up. It's a message he sent to the Hunters Association in his younger days. I really want to meet Lumiere. And nestled among the few responses is a gem. Instead of looking up to the light, why not become a light that illuminates the world for others? The memory sparks a familiar warmth. It was the summer he decided to become a hunter himself. The third sin is sloth. Shocking! Lumiere actually sleeps with wanderers. You thought Lumiere was different? Here he is, sharing a cozy nap with the enemy. Look closely. Doesn't that glow next to the heart knave look familiar? The photographer claims he stumbled upon this scene. Lumiere supposedly vanished the moment the picture was snapped, and this incriminating evidence was left behind. Quantum Socialite. Talking about wanderers in front of me is like teaching a fish how to swim. God dang it, I hate when we do this. Intelligentsia. Yes, intelligentsia. You know how you're a reader and you know words when you read them in your head, but you go to say them out loud and you're like, this is probably not how this is actually pronounced, because you rarely hear it ever said out loud. I'm having one of these moments. I'm sorry, everybody. I am doing my best. As an intelligentsia type wanderer, heart knaves can influence the human psyche. Being attacked by a heart knave means the victim can be trapped in an illusion. It's extremely dangerous, but if you look closely at the heart knave's hands, you'll see the light cuffs. The crystalline blade has also lost its shine, indicating its protocore energy has been depleted. By the way, this photo was taken at 2:37 a.m. while we were sleeping. Lumiere was out there battling wanderers to protect us. He must have been exhausted from his efforts. He wanted to rest after victory, but he was disturbed by you, an unethical photographer, and had to leave. It can get chilly at night. Please cover Lumiere with a soft blanket next time to keep him from catching cold. Nero hammers away at the keyboard, frustration fueling his fingers. But there's a flicker of hope. The photo of the heart knave is undeniably real, and the curled up figure sparks a strange joy. He doesn't know why the flash of light that supposedly belongs to Lumiere feels familiar. It reminds him of a similar light he saw behind a monitor at the Hunters Association. It was but a fleeting moment when he was alone. Where did that light come from? The next 3 days drag on. The remaining accusations, structured and seemingly logical, crumble under scrutiny. Nero blasts through them with official data from the Hunters Association public forum. There was no need for his expert skills this time. The fourth sin is greed. This post claims Lumiere hoards protocores and secretly auctions them off to the black market after conveniently finding them in battle. Lumiere's presence leads to unrecycled protocores. But the association's protocore tracking platform exposes this lie. The cores in question were destroyed after the Wanderer encounters were confirmed. The fifth sin is envy. This claims Lumiere often hacks the hunting leading board on the Abyssal Chaos forum. By baiting challengers with a fake top spot, he eliminates them to steal their protocores. But it turns out Lumiere helped apprehend the Tenebrae the association had been chasing for years. Ms., where did the light come from? Probably your non-existent co-worker. The sixth sin is violence. Talks about the recent... Oh, damn, this one always comes back to haunt me. Text cut. Take a shot as I butcher this. Test cut. I can't make my mouth work on it. Tezcatlipoca. 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 Oh my god. Give up. Oh god, I did it. It's an Aztec god, and I still can't say it right. My sincerest apologies. The sixth sin is violence. Talks about the recent Tezcatlipoca subway sighting and the Azure Square attack. They were elaborate hoaxes set up by Lumiere's team to make him more popular. The other person fighting alongside Lumiere is the true mastermind. It's a money-grabbing scheme to push Lumiere into the top 10 hunters and allowing him to rule the hunter world with an iron fist. I could use the English name Burning Water, but his name is Tezcatlipoca. And I want to use the right name, even if it's really hard for some reason for me to say. I can say Tchaikovsky. I can say this. I can do it. I can learn. Quantum Socialite. 6 days, huh? Tezcatlipoca. I know. It's like I keep saying it to myself. Quantum Socialite. 6 days, huh? I'd like to thank the troll for stirring the pot. While your last accusation was all over the place, it did give me a chance to showcase Lumiere's heroism to everyone. It was even greater proof that he's the ultimate role model. But amidst the flurry of denials, Nero obtains a detail that from some classified documents. Whether it's the destroyed protocores, Tezcatlipoca, dang it, I can do it. Tezcatlipoca's return, and the Azure Square's attack. All these events involve one person. It's his constantly absent colleague from Alpha Team, Xavier. Nero starts piecing together a theory about this mysterious teammate, but compared to the bombshell of the seventh day, they're nothing. Thank you. Tezcatlipoca. No, don't do that to me, because that's what I'll say. No, Winter, why did you do that? I can't unhear it. Chapter 4. Has the light vanished? Nero stares at the screen. The words, "The seventh sin is death. The light has faded," burn themselves into his retinas. This isn't the dramatic takedown he expected. It's just a few leftover documents, but their content hits him hard like venom coursing through his veins. He feels nauseated as he reads them. Light evol has been detected. Evolver's evol limit cannot be defined. Any attempts to probe its limit triggers a special neck suppressor, which prevents the evolver from using their full power. The techies can't explain it. No physical form detected, no scars, and the energy suppression field acts like a protofield anomaly. After conducting a series of experiments in the lab, the techies finally unraveled the suppressor's mechanism. They boosted its threshold and got a basic understanding of some of the mechanism. Below the text is a close-up of someone's throat, the evolved suppressor pulsating as a vicious, constrictive red ring of light. And then there's a bit of silver in the corner. It's a tassel earring. Nero's breath hitches. He knows only one person who would wear that. The site explodes. Thousands tag Quantum Socialite and demand answers. Others mock the blind faith in the light. Their words pierce Nero's insides. This information isn't in his meticulously curated Lumiere archives. Panic claws away at him. The empty Alpha Team office makes him feel colder. He bites his lip. His fists are clenched and he breaks out in a cold sweat. No matter how deep his breaths are, the hunter's watch on his wrist keeps sounding a health warning. Xavier has been going to the office more than usual. He's meeting up with someone, maybe. He scans the room as incessant beeping reaches his ears. Following the sound, he finds Nero, whose eyes are red and teary. Did something happen? Xavier asks, his gaze flitting between Nero and the screen. Nero slowly lifts his head and glances at the colleague he rarely sees. He wants to ignore the question, but the photo on the screen, the captured Lumiere radiating an unshakable serenity, triggers a tsunami of emotions he's been desperately trying to hold back. Did something happen? Why are you asking me that? Look at this. Do you even recognize him? He practically throws the screen at Xavier, who raises an eyebrow and leans back a little. See the earring? That's Lumiere. Lumiere could be dead. Oh. Xavier nods. Maybe you should go home? Go home? We don't even know if he's alive, and you just want to go home? Replacing the beeping is a shrill alarm that pierces the tense silence. Nero's breathing quickens and hyperventilation threatens to take hold. Xavier quickly grabs a paper bag and offers it to him. He tries to offer a few words of comfort. Calm down. He should be okay now. Nero glares at Xavier, his gaze capable of melting glaciers. He snatches the paper bag and buries his face in it. His shoulders slump and a defeated sigh escapes his lips. You don't understand him at all. Oh, poor Xavier. Oh, Nero, baby. Just, oh, honey. Oh, Xavier out here just doing his best. 2 weeks of nail-biting anticipation finally culminates as the last top 10 hunters list is released. By the way, this is Chapter 5, a little chat. Unsurprisingly, Lumiere reigns supreme once again, with even more votes than in previous years. But a new name throws a curveball. Quantum Socialite rockets into 10th place and sports the official Deepspace Hunter logo instead of a personal photo. Who is this mysterious hunter? Is he even real? The public doesn't seem to care and showers Quantum Socialite with votes anyway. The bold colors and flashy design, this intelligentsia-type wanderer perfectly captures the spirit of today's youth. Especially the heart nape with its crystalline blade, supermodel-like figure, and creepy hollow face. It's mesmerizing. I hope your company seriously considers launching a line of Wanderer plushies. They'd be a hit, trust me. After sending his 40-second feedback email to Twinkle Toys, Nero puts his phone away and stands outside the training room. Xavier walks out, and Nero takes a deep breath. He stops him. Hey, I overacted last time. Sorry about that. And Xavier, I think I figured out one of your secrets. It's okay if you want to deny it, but hear me out. A flicker of confusion crosses Xavier's face. He waits for Nero to continue. The protocore incidents that involve Lumiere, Texas Catalpoca, god damn it, Tezcatlipoca, Azure Square, I know the truth. And I will take a sip. Oh no, I'm officially out of water. Your Lumiere. A hint of surprise appears on Xavier's brow. Nero leans closer to him. Are we placing a harem application for Nero? I absolutely want a Lemonette plushie. As for Nero's application, I think that he would be an excellent addition to the harem, as he has superior technical skills. I love a man with a passion and a hobby outside of work. He needs a little bit of a balance on it, though. He's got some parasocial connections he's got to work on. But I think that he's intelligent, sweet, a little too introverted, but we can work on that. And I always like having a hacker in my back pocket. So, yes, application approved. Yeah, Nero pending after going through some therapy. Yes. Just a little gentle therapy. Where was I? Ah, yes. A hint of surprise appears on Xavier's brow. Nero leans closer to him, a triumphant smirk on his face. Lumiere's ultimate fan, right? You pulled some strings for that movie gig, didn't you? I get it. You're a real light chaser, but you don't need to confess. You can pretend this never happened if you want. Xavier's expression softens, and a small smile plays on his lips. Thanks. No worries. Lumiere scoop drops are coming your way as soon as I get them. Nero watches Xavier walk away, a whirlwind of emotion swirling in his chest. What kind of connection does this guy have with Lumiere? Regardless, Lumiere's legacy will keep inspiring others, one group at a time. With renewed purpose, Nero opens his Light Chaser website and creates a new post. Pinned by Quantum Socialite. Lumiere is a beacon in the darkness, guiding us to forge ahead. And I believe, with unwavering certainty, that his light will continue to shine in the future. Because there's light everywhere. I know, Xavier is absolutely Lumiere's biggest hater. And I love that. Oh my god. Okay. Because who do you love more? Who do you like more? Oh, jealous little Xaviekins. Lord, and Caleb, I swear to God, Caleb in frickin' the promise card got jealous as well of his past self. He's jealous MC's watching videos of him as a rocker. And I'm like, do you and Xavier want to do a support group for jealousy? Dear God. It cracked me up so much. I'm like, she's looking at you, dude. She's looking at you. Caleb, baby, there is no reason to be jealous. And he's like, who do you like more, the Caleb there or the one in front of you? And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, Caleb. Have you and Xavier been talking? Do you have a chat group? Like, what is going on? Like, we need to work on the jealousy. They are needy little babies. Oh my God. Anyway, so genuine question. This was a bit of an experimental stream for me. I know it's not as exciting as like gameplay and battle, and the main storyline and some other stuff. We don't have cutscenes. It's just me reading at you. But I'm curious if you enjoyed this stream and would be interested in me coming back next week to continue reading The World Underneath. Oh, yay. Okay. Yay! Okay. I didn't know how this would go because, as I said, it's just reading, and so, Yay! Okay, that makes me so happy. Perfect. So we roughly got through 7 stories in about 4.5 hours. So we're gonna plan for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think. So we're gonna try and see if we can read stories 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and we're going to see if we can get to 15. But I'm going to roughly plan on 7 to 8 stories a stream. So hypothetically, this should take, we'll have a stream next week, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're looking at roughly, I'm thinking 2 or 3 more streams, depending on how fast the stories go. So we're gonna be doing this for a bit, and then once we complete World Underneath, I will transition over to the myths, and we will be doing our first round of myths. I had a poll in the Discord. I am going to put a poll as well on the YouTube, the Love and Chick Space channel as well. I want to combine those results because we do have a little bit of time. And then once I have the combined results between those 2 polls, where you lovely folks will vote on which myth you would like me to do first, I will then plan from there, and we'll go in the order of most votes to least. As a heads up to the YouTube folks who may not be a part of the Discord, the current leader actually in the poll is Xavier Lightseeker myth. So the first round of myths we're going to do, I have the options for Xavier Lightseeker, Zayne Foreseer, Rafayel God of Tides, Sylus Relentless Conqueror, and then Caleb's Colonel myth. So that'll be the first round everybody's going to vote on, and I will get the poll for the new myth up in the next week or 2 on the YouTube channel, and then, as I said, I'll compare the votes, and then we'll go from there. And then once we get through the first round, I'll do another poll for us to vote on. So I'm trying to do these kind of in the round that they were released in. I was informed that I got my order wrong with Rafayel because I thought God of Tides came before Abyssal Walker. But in this instance, that's the way that is going to go. So round 2 will be Lumiere, Master of Fate, Abyssal Walker, Abyssal Sovereign, and XO2. And then round 3 of myths will be Dark Knight, God of Annihilation, the Sea God, Silverwing, and the Netherlord. So we're gonna do the myths, and then from there I will shift over. We'll shift over into the Memoria. So, yeah, look forward to more lore, more story, and of course I will make adjustments as needed for when we finally get the main story drop, the next main story drop. I will do that on Voiceside chat. So I will shift the schedule to make room for the main story drops. I will always make room for the main story drops. Those will take precedence on Voiceside chats. As for that, I know, I meant God of Tides for round 2, but I already assigned God of Tides for round 1. It was an accident. So God of Tides will be in round 1 and Abyssal Walker will be in round 2. But yes, so also as an announcement, everybody, I have decided I will be streaming on Friday. As you know, Nikki is taking care of some personal business this week, so she will not be having her Final Fantasy Friday stream, which is fine because we have a Sylus card dropping on Friday that looks super freaking adorable. I can't contain myself. So I will be streaming on Friday. You'll get to see me pull for the card. and then I will play the card on stream and we can enjoy it together. So I hope you look forward to that. I'm currently planning that stream to be for noon Pacific is what I'm currently thinking. Noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. So we will do an overview of the event. So I will show you the event, the game, the event storyline, if there is one, which there probably will be. We'll look at the outfits. We'll do a complete overview. I will do some polls, and we can poll for Sai and bring Sai home, and then we will play the card together. So that's the current agenda for our Friday stream. I will also be streaming tomorrow. Still not quite certain what it's going to be, so I will be scheduling that soon, and then we can all find out together what I decided on. I'm currently thinking I have no idea what. So we'll figure it out. I might just be playing a random game while we chat. It's cool. It's just gonna be, it's usual. It's us. You know how I roll my streams. We're hanging out. We're having a good time. It's a little chill. It's a little chaotic. Occasionally unhinged and always horny on main. Like, I think that's my brand at this point. Oh my God. So yes. So this is going to be a full week of mama, every day of the week. Legitimate, except for Sunday. Nikki should be back Sunday and reading Paradise Lost, but I will be with you for pretty much every day the rest of the week. So you get me tomorrow for who knows what. Thursday, we're back in Layers of Fear 2, where I take on the actor's story. Friday, we're going to be doing our Sylus, our kitty included extravaganza. Saturday, we're back in BioShock, and then Battle Daddy will be back Sunday to read you Paradise Lost. And, you know, I know. Oh God, me doing DMC, Jesus Christ. I only play DMC in the privacy of my own home, and I barely let Nikki see me play it the one time I did. And I was still handing her the controller for the bosses, like, I can't do this, do it. But I may end up playing DMC at some point, who knows? Oh yeah, for a cozy stream, we go through Mama's Proto Course together and Shadow Cries. Yeah, so I will figure out what I'm doing tomorrow, and I will schedule the stream, and we'll see what happens. Devil May Cry, Ms. DMC, Devil May Cry. But yeah, I hope to see you throughout the week, and I thank you so much to everybody who joined today. My chatters, as always, my lurkers forever. I love you, lurkers. I know you're there, and I appreciate it when you do occasionally drop chats. But I'm just happy that you're here hanging out. To my YouTube fam, hey everybody, thank you so much for joining. Night of the Living Cookie, Winder Gray, Laquan, Kara. Nui254, by the way, hi. I just saw your little message sneak there in my YouTube chat. Thank you all so much for joining over there on YouTube and keeping the chat live and keeping me company. I am going to say goodnight to you as I will be raiding my Twitchlings over to another stream. But thank you. And I shall see you in the Discord. By the way, if you're not part of our 11 Chickspace Discord, y'all are missing out. We have a really wholesome, really fun community, really active, and I highly suggest it. We're very protective. Our one rule is that you can have a dick, but don't be a dick. That's our rule. That's it. Be cool. Everybody, all mains are welcome, especially. I'm very protective of my mains. We will not be putting down anybody's mains just because you don't like them. So we try to create a safe little space for our Love and Deep Space community. The link to the Discord should be in the, sounds like first word, description. But if it is not my children, let me drop the link really quickly. As I do hope you all will join. Boop. There you go. Discord link. And I drop a Discord link over here. Boop. Into the Twitch chat. And with that, this is Dear YouTube Mama Void signing out. I hope to see you on the other side. Bye all.